We ready to get going, Kane? Unmute.
We're ready.
Well, here we are, sitting where we didn't want to be sitting. I want to welcome all of you to this unusual budget retreat, since we all retreated to our own home or office. As we start this budget retreat, I just want to give a couple of remarks I think are apropos. In times and circumstances as we've been living through this first half of 2020, I do not find it unusual to be meeting electronically with you. This has become the new norm. Our school-age children and a large majority of working adults have become accustomed to, if not adept at, electronic meetings. We've probably not seen the extent that this format will be used before that sought-after day, sometime maybe in August or September, when we return to our former ways of meeting and communicating. Now, during this 3-hour period or so, we have a mission to describe how we will make this city work well, even in the throes of an economic downturn, the likes of which we have not seen, nor could we foresee in our tenure in office, let alone in our lifetimes. I wish we each only had the city affairs to worry about, but I know every one of us have immediate and extended family members who are maintaining space in their lives just like we do. And then there are our employment situations. A whole other sweeping change in interrelations and commerce has happened. I hope your families, other employers, your family members, other employers are finding ways to keep their cash flow up to a minimum to keep the doors open. But cuts are likely happening there too. 2 of my grown children have had to take pay cuts of different percentages, where hourly workers have had their hours cut so that their employers are able to stretch the available income to cover essential expenses and keep employees on board. I have recently spent tense minutes with the leadership of our Unified Fire Authority and Unified Police Department. Budgets there are as tight year over year as I can remember. Of course, just 2 months ago, when the local economy was hot, these agencies were humming and planning on a regular increase in fees and payments. Both agencies have recognized that the supporting municipalities are not going to be able to support what would have been their funding requests. And yet, there are some past promises, I know it especially at UPD, that are being held up to us so that those promises are not forgotten. We are somewhat at the mercy of a majority of the municipalities. However, the county departments have been asked to cut their budgets for this coming year. Read that how you want. It recognizes that these are very uncertain fiscal times. Now I want to address the level of service our employees are showing to our citizens. Just this past week, I received 2 emails praising Public Works Department and one supervisor in particular for the department's ability to evaluate a substandard situation. One was even a mistake made earlier unintentionally by our own employees. And they corrected the situation even better than expected. Our public works employees, from management to the line workers, have recognized and responded to the physical needs of this city with the utmost care, planning, and follow through. This is the high standard that has become the mark for which Midvale Public Works is known. Our new management appointments in finances and in community development have really taken hold of their responsibilities with panache. Thank you. Matt has taken a lion's share of the workload every other week to assist Kane with the tremendous activities happening as our city continues to grow. This has not been a time for napping. I must admit that I personally feel like I have been less able than I wanted in my assistance at City Hall. It's not that I'm sitting home playing video games or watching Utah Jazz or University of Utah football history games. My wife saw a glorious opportunity to start down that home stretch. There's my sports insert. And continue to remodel, paint, and redecorate one large bedroom. I've been gainfully employed, and the garden is in now at least a little bit of the vegetables that don't get hurt by frost. But one day stretches into another and into another, and it reminds me of a meme last week that reflects my days. It says, until further notice, the days of the week are now called this day, that day, other day, someday, yesterday, today, and next day. So let's get this done well so that when we look back on our work today, we'll not regret what we did not get done yesterday, but be grateful that we spent quality time together that day that made it possible to serve our city each next day of fiscal year 2021. Those are my remarks. So on with the agenda, Kane.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. At this point, anything that the council, is there anything that you'd like to say before we get started? If not, hearing none, I will share my screen and go into my presentation, and then we'll follow the agenda as it was sent out. Can everybody see my screen?
We can't see it, Kane.
Can't see it yet?
All I can see is you, Kane.
Shoot, that's an ugly picture. Okay, let's try something else. How about that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we got it. So I'm going to go over, got an outline of my presentation. Some of those will be right now, and then some later on this evening. So this afternoon, I'm going to talk about the overview of the budget process and talk about key budget issues for fiscal year 2021. Then this evening, as we get into it further, I'll talk about auxiliary organizations, unified police contract, animal control, and public information and outreach. And then at the end, we'll do the retreat. I'll do the retreat wrap up. This year, more than any other year, we're going to need to work together. This is absolutely going to be necessary that not only the staff, but the mayor and city council, we're going to have to work together to get through this budget year and put a budget together that's going to work for this city and to keep our service levels where they need to be. Go over the ground rules for the retreat. It's very informal. Policy, and we're going to be seeking policy and direction from the city council on how to put this budget together. Revenue projections and expenditure projections are estimated as of March 2020. We've used input from the staff and other outside resources to estimate those the revenue and expenditures. I know Chris Butte has been working feverishly with the business community to find out how they're projecting they're going to finish out the rest of this year and then looking at the next budget year. So we're relying on him heavily to bring that information to us. Please ask questions as we go. If you have a question, unmute, please ask a question. We'll answer the question and we'll stop and take as much time as you need. At the end of the day, we'll be looking for priorities and direction from the mayor and city council to develop our fiscal year 21 tentative budget. Things to think about, think outside the box. Is there something that we've missed as a staff that we're not thinking about? If you've heard of other ideas, please bring those up. Are we getting the biggest bang for our buck? As we go through this, make sure that we're looking at all the angles and make sure that we are doing the very best we can to spend the money that the citizens give us to run the city. Consider lean government principles. Be innovative and creative as we go through this. Are there new revenue opportunities? Are there increased revenue possibilities? And then our service levels, do they need to be increased, reduced, modified? Or are they good where they're at? Our budget makeup is made up of a lot of different things: policy issues, capital infrastructure needs, service levels, our workforce, revenue projections, rate and fee increases, and employee compensation. We say this all the time, but our greatest resource that we have in providing service to our citizens is our workforce and our employees. Without them, we can't do it. So that's a big issue for us is our employee base and how to keep well-trained, experienced employees here at the city. Some of my transitions are a little slow. Budgeting 101. What's a budget? It's a reflection of the policy priorities of the city's elected officials. This is your budget. Financial operating plan for the city. This is how we spend, and then a tool for communicating to the public how we spend the funds that we accumulate from sales tax and property tax and our other sources of revenue, and how do we spend those and what do we do with them? That's what our budget needs to communicate. I think we've got we had a great finance director in Laurie Harvey, and we've recently acquired a great finance director in Kyle Maurer, and I think we're going to put together a budget that's easily to understand and to communicate how we do those things that I just outlined there for our citizens. Financial principles. We've always preached this to our staff and our employees. We want to live within our means. We want to look at wants versus needs. Every time we ask for something for a department that asks for something new, we ask that question: is this a want, or do you really need this? And then they have to basically demonstrate why they need it. Our requests always exceed our revenues, and that's where our priorities have to come in. And that's what's going to be different about this year than any other year that we've had. And then we're required by law to have a balanced budget. We plan for the future. One-time purchases can turn into ongoing funding. A lot of times you buy a piece of equipment, and sometimes that equipment ends up in costing you a lot more money down the road than you ever anticipated by just purchasing that piece of equipment. You have to add personnel for that equipment. What's the ongoing need for that purchase? We need to talk about our fund balance policy and usage. Our city has always tried to maintain a fairly healthy fund balance. By law, we have to have a minimum of 5% of our general fund budget in reserve, and the maximum that we can have is 25%. That was just increased here a few years ago. Used to be 18%. And so lately we've been trying to hover around the 20% fund balance mark. And I think we've done a pretty good job. What's fund balance for? It's to get through rainy days. Well, we're going to be talking about that. Financial strategic plan. We look at, I know that Kyle looks down the road as many years as he possibly can and tries to forecast our needs financially for the city. And we bring those to the city council as we prepare our budget. Unacceptable thinking for our departments is to use it or lose it. We've never told the department, well, you didn't spend it in this budget year, so we're taking it away from you. We watch those things and we look for a trend or a history, but if there's money not spent in a budget, we don't just say we're going to pull it away from you. And then we've always said it's easier to ask for, it's not easier to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. We always want the departments to ask for permission and bring these things to the city council. That's what this is for. The budget retreat and the budget process is for, is to get the city council buy-in to what we're doing with the public's money. Our budget process, our first step is accurate as possible revenue estimates. That's one of the first things we look at. How much money do we have? How much money do we think we're going to have going into the next year? Then step two is determine the fiscal year 21 department-based budgets, and as analyzing our this current fiscal year budget data. And then step three is estimating fiscal year 20 year-end revenues. How much money are we going to end up being able to put back in the kitty at the end of this year? And then step four is consideration and prioritization of all new funding requests for fiscal year 21. And that's what we're going to do in this budget retreat. Our budget calendar coming up. Our budget retreat is, of course, today on April 14th. And we're going to talk about your priorities, goals, and objectives. We'll make a budget recommendation. What we're planning on doing this year is next week's workshop from 6 o'clock till 7 o'clock. We will continue on taking from this budget retreat the things that we hear from the city council and trying to put together a tentative budget. And next week, we'll tell you on the 21st how we've done based on your priorities and goals and objectives. Then in a fiscal year 21 tentative budget has to be adopted. The first meeting in May, which is May the 5th. We're also planning, even though we don't have to have a public hearing for the tentative budget, we've always, lately, we've always done a public hearing for the tentative budget and the final adoption of the city budget. This year, we may do 3 public hearings if we go through truth and taxation. And I'll explain that a little bit down the line. Individual department budget presentations will take place in May and June. We have 3 meetings, 2 meetings in May and 1 in June to present all of the itemized items for the department budgets, and you'll hear those in detail, give you the opportunity as a council to ask questions about those. Our final fiscal year final adoption is either June 16th, which is the, I think, I can't remember, I think it's around the 22nd that we have to have it adopted according to state statute. It's 22nd of June, or if you choose to go through truth and taxation, we go to August for a truth and taxation hearing and process. And at that point, basically we operate on the tentative budget for the month of July, And then in August, we adopt the final budget based on what you decide to do with the tax rate. The approval process, the departments submit their budget request to city management. City management considers and prioritizes the department funding requests, coordinating those with city council's priorities and objectives. The management's budget is developed and agreed upon by city managers and the departments. And then the management budget is presented to the mayor for approval. That then becomes the fiscal year tentative budget. And that's presented to the city council with all the department's budget requests. I want to remind the city council that the tentative budget is a dynamic document. So it gives us something to work from, but it is not necessarily the final, doesn't necessarily mean it's the final budget document. It's just a starting point for us to work from. The city council then makes final decisions on developing the fiscal year 2021 tentative budget, and that's adopted. Go over some of the accomplishments that we've had for this fiscal year. In employee services, we've covered our health insurance increases, market adjustments, and our merit programs. Those were all fully funded in this last budget year. In staffing, we increased personnel in IT and engineering. We reorganized the management staff. We created the assistant city manager, or C, the chief operating officer, and went from 2 assistant city managers to 1. And then we had a complete reorganization of the city's RDA. Service levels changes. We contracted with Sunrise Engineering for building inspection services. I will, from my point of view, I think that's worked out very well. You can ask community development how that's going, but from what I hear from the outside, our builders and developers like it. There's more consistency with what they're doing there. To me, that's worked out very well for us, and I think we'll see a little savings from that over what in-house services we were providing. And then we also contracted with UPD for code enforcement. Got rid of 2 full-time code enforcement officers, hired 1 code enforcement officer through UPD. It's worked out fantastic. The Chief Thomas has done an excellent job at putting the right person in that position. And Officer Jerry Wayne has done a fabulous job for us in code enforcement. In fact, I think he set the bar for some of the other cities. And I know that Holidays has done doing something similar to what we're doing with code enforcement. So it's really worked out well for us. We covered our public safety contract increases for UPD and animal services. As you recall, last year, some of you that were on the council, we didn't have final budget numbers on UPD. Even when we adopted the final budget for the city, we had to go back in the first budget opening of this year and add to that because they weren't exactly sure what their final budget was. And so we had to adjust our amount. It was a fairly sizable increase, about 6% increase for Midvale City. And I will go over that later in my presentation. We've funded our capital improvement plan that was covered through the general fund and our road bond. I believe all of our road projects have been completed. We still have a little bit of funding left over to do more maintenance programs out of our road bond. That's all that money goes into our street maintenance program. Asphalt reconditioning and those types of things will be done with the rest of that money. So we did a great job. I thought our engineering department, public works department did a great job in our capital improvement program last year. We're just finishing up right now the building of our remodel of our community center. And that should be online the first part of July or middle of July. That project will be done. That was funded in this budget year. And then we increased contribution amounts to some of our auxiliary organizations. And again, I'll go over that later in the presentation, but we increased our amounts to the Boys and Girls Club, community building community, and the Arts Council. And then we put an extra effort this past budget year into public information and outreach and streaming our city council meetings, planning commission meetings. That's still a work in progress. We're still trying to refine that and do a better job with that. I know that Laura's done a great job with Facebook, and Twitter, and website, the city's website, to get information out. I think you can see almost through this whole pandemic, we've had a message out there almost every day, a different message out there for our citizens on our Facebook pages. So Laura's done a great job, and we put a lot of effort. She's put a lot of effort into public information and outreach. I wanted to show you kind of our reorganization. As you can see, this is the COO. This is Matt Dahl. And we put Community Development, Administrative Services, the RDA, and Public Works under Matt directly. He meets with them on a weekly basis, all those department heads. And then under my side, I meet with HR, communications, public safety, emergency management, and the city attorney and I work close together also. So we work together very closely as a team. I think this management structure works very well for us now. I feel really good about it, and I think the staff feels good about the way this is developed. So I just wanted the city council to kind of understand how we're running the city this year, different from last year. Emergency management, this is something that we were contracting with a private company. This last year, we were able to work with UFA. They hired emergency managers that work directly with the county emergency, under the county emergency manager. This has worked out fantastic for us to have Julie Harvey on our staff, and she does a great job representing the city, and she works here directly, works in Midvale 2 days a week, but she's doing a great job with that. Any questions on the organizational chart? We'll move on to our fiscal 21 budget facts. Key indicators indicate the economy will go through a major downturn due to the COVID-19 virus crisis. This is something I picked up out of some of Kyle's materials that he sent out, but he's absolutely right. We are in uncharted territory, and we really don't know as going into this budget year what this all means or how to project revenues. We're very, very tentative and cautious as we go into this budget year, trying to put this budget together. This is different. I went through the downturn back in 2008, 2009. We even went into, we had to do layoffs, I believe in 2010, 2009, 2010. We had to get down to where we actually had to cut some employees out because we just couldn't afford it. We learned a lot from that, and that's something that we don't want to do. That's the very last resort in my mind. But this is a dire situation for a lot of cities. I think you've been reading in the paper some things on West Jordan and South Salt Lake. There was an article in the paper the other day about them. There's a lot of cities that are really concerned about this. I know that Murray's got a huge hole to fill because of the downturn. The one fortunate thing I will say, and Chris, we'll talk about this, I'm sure, when Nate and Chris talk about the economics of the city, we have been blessed with the fact that we have a very diverse sales tax base, which means that we've got sales tax base in almost every area. And so where you see some cities that are hit hard, like for instance, the whole Fashion Place Mall is shut down. that is hurting Murray, where that's not such a big deal for us because we have such a diverse sales tax base. We have our building supply places in Midvale have been doing very well. Our food supply, our stores are doing very well. So we've been very fortunate to have a very broad sales tax base, which helps us get through some of this kind of stuff. All our general fund revenues are projected to be down from last year. However, for instance, sales tax, we're looking at as much as 10% off of fiscal year 21. Midvale, I think we're about 40% of our tax base comes from sales tax. And so that's a big hit for us to lose that much sales tax. That's a big concern. Fuel prices, the good news is fuel prices are projected to be lower for the coming year. So that could be a help for us. Building fees, we've been all over the place with this. Are they going to be down because of the economy? What's going to happen? When it all boils down to it, we're looking at some of our major projects. And I just wanted to say the Zions Bank, the shops at Fort Union and the commercial and residential, the RSL soccer facility on Jordan Bluffs and other large projects, they're continuing to move forward. We're meeting with them on a weekly basis. And the good news is we did hear some bad news on the CHG project, that project, because they're directly affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. CHG's pulled back and said, we're gonna halt that project and we're not gonna finish it. Probably jump back into it in January of next year. We're not hearing that from anyone else at this point. So that's good. That could mean our building fee revenue stays up. Key issues for the budget. Can we maintain service levels on a reduced budget allocation? Every one of our departments has already volunteered reductions into cutting without cutting into service levels. So that's the one thing that we've said is cut your budgets to the point where you get down to you're starting to cut service levels and stop. And so that's where they're at. They volunteered quite a bit to reduce their budgets. Personnel funding, we have an increase in health and dental insurance proposed. I think it's about 8%. I think Rory will talk about that later on in the presentation. Right now, we're looking at no merit, no market, no COLA, nothing. But what we'll look at is a mid-year point. We'll look at the budget again. And if the economy is coming back and things are picking up and we're looking at we've got some signs that the economy is going to stay strong, then that's the time that we could come back to the city council with a consideration to do something for the employees. And then that will be after we get through this. So we are basically trying to project about as flat as we can for personnel funding. Covering the PD contract increase, that will be something we'll talk about later, but that's a big concern because it's such a large increase. Right now, the lowest increase they're proposing is about $500,000. So that's huge for us to figure out how to cover. All departments have given up funding requests except for non-discretionary requests. And we'll talk about what those are. For instance, there are certain things that we have no control over. We still have to have fuel. We still have to have power for our buildings. There's a lot of things that we don't have that are kind of out of our control. There's even some projects like we understand that we've got to do some more work on the police department HVAC in order to get that completely fixed. And we put that off another year. That's probably going to cost us a lot more. So there's some non-discretionary requests that we're looking at that we've absolutely pretty much got to do. We're projecting funding for our fiscal year 21 capital improvement program. The good news is we got a lot done over the last 3 years with our road bonds. We've got a lot of road projects done. The one project that we were looking at, major one that I had in the back of my mind, was the second phase of the park project, which was tearing down the Bowery and creating more parking area and tying in, getting a better flow through the park by tying in all the parking lots so that you could go all the way from 6th Avenue or 7500 South over to Chapel Street. I don't know that, I know that we don't have the funding to do that right now. In the end, this is the difference. We'll be asking the city council for budget reductions instead of priority increases. If you remember past years, we always get down to the end and we have, of course, more people are asking for more than we have funding for. And we ask the city council to help prioritize that or prioritize that based on what they've heard. This year, we're going to be looking at what are your priorities in reducing our budget in order to get through this. And then we're going to be talking about proposed utility rate increases. Some of those are non-discretionary. We don't have a choice. We know that our garbage collection costs are going up for solid waste both with our contract and at the landfill. So that's going to be something that we are almost out of our hands. And then we're looking at the possibility of changing our bulky waste program. The staff is recommending that the city go through truth and taxation at a minimum to freeze our rate to cover our bond obligation. This was always part of the plan as we bonded for the City Hall project, is once the bonds were paid off for the public safety facilities, that we would go through truth and taxation, keep our tax rate where it currently is. So it's not a tax increase, but it freezes our rate and keeps our funding level where it is today, rather than drop because the GO bond is paid off. And we'll get into that later, and Kyle will talk you through that and tell you why that has to be done. But at this point, we're recommending that at the minimum, we go through a minimum tax freeze rate or through the taxation to freeze the tax rate. Any questions so far? And that concludes mine. So I'll turn the screen back over to who's next?
It's gonna, I think it's me and Chris. And Chris is gonna take the presentation for this. Chris, do you want me to put the PowerPoint up, or are you gonna put it up? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Nate.
Oh, but no one can hear Chris, can they?
It looks like he's connecting to audio now.
Okay.
Well, I'm unmuted now. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Well, I've called in on phone because my laptop is dialing through, but it doesn't have a mic or a camera. So I'll save you guys my ugly face for today, and then hopefully you can hear me fine.
Are you going to put the PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put it up, Chris?
Would you put it up, please, Nate?
All right. Can everyone see that?
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
We got it.
You're good to go.
Okay, perfect. So, talked about some of the discussions and stuff, and so what I thought I'd do is just kind of walk you through the ongoing projects. Kane's referenced a few of them in his presentation, and this is sort of a follow-up because some of these projects are going year after year, but I can give you sort of an update on where they are and how they're going forward. So obviously the first two that are kind of we all feel and see are the I-15 northbound and southbound. The southbound project has basically been completed north of us and south of us. So the whole focus is basically in Midville and on 7200 south. And then we have the two off-site staging areas, which is one over by Glover Lane off 7200 south. And then the last one that just popped up a few weeks ago is just west of the post office, and that's for Union Pacific. Then I'm going to move over to the one that a lot of us are familiar with is the 7200 South Mid Valley Improvement Project that's ongoing. Keith has told me this week that should be basically wrapping up, and they should be paving that, I think, by the 24th, weather permitting. The Canyon School District's projects are still going forward. Hillcrest High School's now kind of evolved into the second of their third year on that project. They have done some landscaping and stuff, but it's still going forward. The other project that's going forward on the private sector is the Moda Union project, which is at 7304 South Cottonwood Street. That's a 206 unit, 5-story over the residential project that's over a parking structure and wraps around that Cottonwood Street. Just up the street from that is the 7-Eleven at 180 West, 7200 South. That's still under construction and progressing rather fast. Then up the street on 7200 South at 140 East, you'll notice that big steel frame that's been sitting there kind of like unattended for about 3 months now. And that one has been resurrected because Ganesh Restaurant was able to secure their construction financing, where before he was just paying via cash, and eventually the cash ran out. The Yorktown Twin Homes project up at 618 East Fort Union is under construction. That's 12 units. You'll see that activity next to Dr. Williams. In fact, Dr. Williams owns the property. There's the Unionwood Apartments, which is in the parking lot behind the Pie Pizzeria. And that's that 7-story. We have a development agreement on. That one's on hold for various different legal issues that they're working through. The North Union Apartments at 7205 900 East. It's 227 units. These are those projects that we covered in that tour we did several months ago. And that one is moving full head and full construction. They're doing a lot of groundwork utilities right now. In fact, today they just installed their stormwater stuff up where Flower-Rama used to be. The shops at Fort Union is still going through the remodeling, and the food court phase and that new drive aisle through there with the raised curb and the dedicated parking is pretty much complete and ready for final inspection. They've also raised the curb into 7200 South, so it's going to change the traffic dynamics. So you can't make that left as you come in. You can't make that sharp left in front of Chili's. You're going to have to drive to the intersection and then wrap around. And then they're finishing up their TIs for the Aqua Tots, which is up in the old Goldman space. And then they're working through the planning process on the subdivision and the site layout for Cubby's, which will be right next door to Chili's. And then we've got Wasatch and their Jordan Bluffs Phase 1 project. And that project is basically got 235 built today out of the 374, and 140 of them are leased with 90 units occupied. And then the Jordan Bluffs Phase 2, which is the Lawn Sagini Drive, has got 190 units with 75 leased and 24 occupied. As Kane mentioned, the CHG parking garage and office building comprising of about 140,000 square feet has been put on hold for 9, maybe plus months. So we've kind of touched base with those guys, and Gardner's working through some of the cleanup issues on that for now. And then obviously the financial company at Jordan Bluffs for 400,000 square feet with the parking structure moving forward with planning and estimated about 2,000 employees. And I think the budget's actually north of 150 million. I think it's 165 now. And then obviously the other project that Kane had mentioned is the Salt Lake Real indoor soccer facility, which is basically involved with the land acquisition of that barricade space just south of Ivy and Main Street and north of Public Works. And it does have some impacts on Public Works North End. But as of now, basically the only project that's really been impacted, and I think Kane mentioned this, was the CHG expansion. As far as the marketplace, there's still a lot of leasing activity going on in both the residential for like Wasatch leasing up those apartments, and in the commercial side, we've got a hand for Wadsworth at Riverview and some stuff up in Fort Union. And so they have LOIs and stuff in their left hand, and in the right hand, they have a handful of tenants asking for rent relief, which they're trying to work through right now, and it's been kind of difficult. There's some other projects moving forward. You guys recall that large one that could be assembled on 78 that came in quite a while ago and asked for a zoning of 12 units per an acre. They've revised their plan for a single family concept, and that just went in front of the Planning Commission on April 8th. The activity outlook for the economic picture, and you guys all lived this, is, you know, obviously March 13th, 14th, 15th was mid-March is when it set the first set of the downturn or the stay in place motion in first phase, followed by Salt Lake County's actions, which basically closed down various different gathering places for eating and drinking, bars, social clubs. And obviously the biggest hit for us the day after was Topgolf closed, and has remained closed ever since. So it's been 3 weeks. The Shane Company, Ultra Beauty, Ross Dress for Less, Bohemia Brewery, C's Candy, Dick's Sporting Goods, although they're still operating curbside, Verizon, Hopper's Grill, and all the hair and nail salons now. Many dental and medical facilities have all closed as well. Some of them are still trying to operate on a very, very limited basis. All of our hotels and motels are still open and operating at obviously much lower levels, but not equal levels. So the discount labels, In-Town Suites, Motel 6, and those are the hotels that are actually having the most cars in the parking lot or overnight stays. And for the most part, they're about 20 to 43 would be the top end of occupancy. I put vacancy, sorry about that. And the higher brands are below 10%. They're really getting hammered right now. And basically what these guys are seeing is blue collar business travel. So subcontractors to either the I-15 projects or the airport project or various other construction activity. And then family visits and divorce and other things are generating their room nights. As I go through the business community, week after week, the climate changes dramatically. So 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had quite a few of the vehicle related businesses that were they felt it, but it was just slightly off. And now, as of this last week or so, used car sales have gone flat. And part of that is because of all the new car sales have gone down, but they've offered these incredible finance packages that are just unseen of. And you can see the commercials on TV. And it's actually started to impact other related vehicle businesses. And to be frank, 2 weeks ago, UDOT told me that traffic counts on our roads were 50% of normal. Grocery sales have basically leveled off, but they did have that mid spike in March. So like March 13th to the 19th, they had those huge runs on toilet paper, dry goods, canned goods, cleaning agents, etc. And we've had a couple other businesses that have had runs on them too. Office Max and Dick's Sporting Goods. So like Dick's Sporting Goods had a run on stationary bikes and stuff of that nature once all the gyms closed. And then Office Max had a run for computers and mouse, paper, as everyone started working from home and realizing they didn't have the proper supplies that they should have had, maybe. The oil and gas distribution was doing great till about 3 weeks ago. And now it's obviously with everyone not driving, you have two different things going on. And we have two major players, Docilio and what is known as Cardwell on State Street. So they have a decreasing demand for their product. And then the price is also free falling for them as well. Construction activity and home improvement is very solid and is really helping our business community. And the Midville revenues, because we have more of a diverse economy in our city than a lot of other surrounding cities or cities in the further out that are just reliant on national retail sales. So all these building supply companies that have sales in material, electrical pipes, counters, floors, steel, etc. It's fascinating. Like 3 of the 4 businesses that are doing excellent are all within an earshot from City Hall. So the tile guy across the street on Holden doing great. Obviously, Champion Steel doing great, and they supply all the steel for Oakland Construction, which supplied all the steel for CHG, and will probably be supplying all the steel for this financial institution, or if I could say Zions Bank in Jordan Bluffs. And then building supply companies and the other one up the street from City Hall. All those companies are doing very well. And then we have quite a few other ones in the clean industrial areas that are doing record numbers, supplying electrical outlets and stuff of that nature to, for example, the airport project. Grocery sales are at Winco, Walmart, and Smith's have been good. And again, I'm going to mention the mid-March spike, which should carry us through, because what we had go on is just 2 weeks ago, we deposited, we're on a 2-month delay with the Utah Tax Commission. So we deposited January sales tax deposits and sales tax revenue about 2 weeks ago. And those numbers were up 21% year over date. But we won't get February until May, and we won't get March until June. So mid-March is basically when things started to really take effect, as I mentioned before. And so with a lot of these companies having that spike, it may help. But the true numbers will be reflected in April's reporting, which we won't get till July 1st or the first week or 2 of July. So I've mentioned the Office Max scenario and the Dick's scenario. And then obviously liquor sales down the street from City Hall have been very strong. The drive-through service for food is keeping your Chick-fil-A's and In-N-Outs and et cetera operating pretty healthy numbers, but below average still. So like, even if you see, as I did a couple of weeks ago, 50 cars waiting to go through the drive-through at In-N-Out, they're still not doing in-house dining. So the higher sit-down, higher-priced cafes, steakhouses and stuff are having a lot of problem, and they're all trying to basically survive. Some of them have just closed to protect their employees. I mentioned Bohemia, Epic Casual Dining up in Fort Union. She's closed. They've filed for their PPP and their small business recovery loans, and they're going through that process and stuff. But most of them are just trying to deal with third vendor takeouts and deliveries or curbside pickup. So the city has basically worked through these various action items to help them out, and through Nate's department and a lot of coordination with Laura, we've reached out to all those specific companies and put out that list that we've released through Laura, through social media and through our website, that has basically identified who's still open, and then who might their third vendor party delivery alliances be with, and communicated that as often as possible. And we continue to update that all of them have basically shifted hours, and some of them have limited their menus as well. And then we also, through the executive order, I guess the mayor's order, lifted our temporary sign requirements for building or for businesses and leasing. So they can put those A-frames out in a park strip to say, hey, we're open, here's our telephone number, or maybe a brief message about how they're operating, which is extremely helpful. And then we've emailed a lot of, basically all the businesses that are licensed, I believe, and they've got that flyer with the message from the mayor, and then they direct you to our webpage that has links to all the funding mechanisms and information related to small business assistance. I've been serving on the Salt Lake County Economic Recovery Response Task Team. We've kind of canceled the last 3 meetings because the kind of step forward is through the Eccles School of Business and business program for all businesses can register on that. It's being kind of directed by the business school and then our past governor to help that. And then obviously through that organization, we've covered and started that hotline through Salt Lake County, and they have software to measure where these calls are coming from. So if they do receive a call from a Midville business, they notify us so we can follow up. And then Salt Lake County Health mailed out information and notices to all the businesses who hold an active health permit, which is really helpful because those are the businesses that have been hit the hardest. So anyone that deals with food or hair and stuff of that nature, those guys have had mailers mailed out to them too. And then we've also emailed out, I've mailed out flyers to all of our landlords, property owners, property managers, and the commercial real estate community to make sure that they're aware, most of them are, and structure that so they can work with their clients. And so we can have kind of a duplication of services because it's just easier to have as many people in the loop, and communication's been key. And so a lot of them are, as they have tenants asking for help or assistance, they're able to pass that information, and then we can follow up and make sure they have the proper process of submitting for financial assistance through the SBA and stuff of that nature. We're also working with the large employers. I've been calling all the top sales tax producers, hotels, small businesses, and getting pretty accurate needs and numbers and forecasts from them. And it changes, like I said, it's a different world today than it was 2 weeks ago. And I'm also serving on the ICSC task force and government relations. I'll be sending to you guys probably later today or tomorrow. ICSC's CEO just sent a major letter and to all of our elected officials, but more specifically to the governor of Utah, asking him for help because the big landlords are still on the hook for their payments, although most of their tenants or some of their tenants are asking for rent reductions or just not paying rent in general. But the ICSC has been a great help in lobbying, and they were the ones that really lobbied and pushed 3 weeks ago. And then obviously on Thursday, April 9th, the Treasury released that CARES Act supplemental release of capital that has hit the markets, and the stock market went ballistic that specific day. And then it helps various different small businesses in the financial packets get organized. And we've helped numerous companies that have filed for assistance. Obviously, again, I've already mentioned that helping landlords and property managers provide links for their tenants so we can get all the businesses or as many as that are qualified to get into the PPP and the emergency injury disaster loan and grants and SBA bridge loan programs. Continue to monitor the business community, development community, and work on ongoing economic development activities. Two of you, I know council members, I've probably talked to 2 or 3 times in the last 3 weeks as your Midville business owners. And then potential assistance for Midville, and the one is the CARES Act that went out a few weeks ago. But as they allocated that and the details are being ironed through, the one thing that I did know, and I heard Darren, the chief financial officer for Salt Lake County, mentioned is that they will be allocated about 200 million, and he's working through the ins and outs of the policies and rules, basically to determine how he can distribute it. And it's his intent and Mayor Jenny Wilson's intent to distribute that throughout the county and into the communities. Stay tuned. Hopefully we get additional information on that soon. And then I mentioned this already, establish the action of the Treasury on April 9th was the municipal liquidity facility program, but the standards of which they've done that, and you can see that on the slide, the Treasury provides $35 billion of credit protection for the Federal Reserve, for the municipal liquidity facility using funds appropriated by the CARES Act, but basically it opens up about $500 billion. But it only applies to cities with more than 1 million people and counties with 2 million people. So that, if you look at how that breaks down, that's basically 10 cities in the United States and 15 counties across the country. And so I think there's a strong desire and there's a movement afoot that they're going to basically change the verbiage on that or come back with a third one, because that's not terribly helpful. Does anyone have any questions, concerns?
Hey, Chris, can you just send us your PowerPoint so that we can review that later?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're doing a yeoman's job, Chris. Thank you very much.
One thing, I'll add one thing and then we'll be done with this section, is just to stress what Kane and Chris said about how diversified the Midvale economy is on the sales tax. I know we are going to feel that and it's going to hurt us a lot, but you know, I was on the phone with the city manager from Park City on Friday, and we have no idea what it feels like to have a basically one system economy, however you want to call it, where their projections are basically no revenue coming in. So we should really feel fortunate that, yeah, it's going to be hard and it's going to be tough, but there's ways to weather it, and we're not in the cutting tens of millions of dollars from a budget standpoint, which we should be grateful for. Thanks for Chris for putting the slide together.
Nate, you're fading in and fading out.
I don't know why that happens. That's happened to me last time I was in front of council. It doesn't happen in the other meetings.
Yeah. Yeah, I can only understand about 5% of what you said.
Okay, well, we're done with that section. I don't know if I need to talk louder or do what, but.
Louder helps.
Okay.
So I think I have the next section, so we'll start delving into some budget information. So this might be the time you want to do jumping jacks or something to stay awake. Okay, so you should be able to see my screen now, and definitely feel free to interrupt me if I've gone off into accountingese and you have no idea what I'm saying, or you just have some additional questions. I can't see your faces when I'm doing this presentation to know if something's confusing or not. So I don't get hurt feelings if you interrupt me. So first thing I wanted to do was to go into our current budget year. So the current budget year, we're in fiscal year 2020, what our revenues and expenses will look like to finish out the year. I'm focusing on the general fund, and the general fund is a lot of the city services you typically expect a city to do that don't necessarily recover their costs. So that's like street maintenance, parks, public safety, and that type of thing. So this doesn't include the utility fund. So anything you see on your utility bill, we're not talking about in this budget review. Okay, so the first, I just wanted to do just a high level overview on where the revenues I'm anticipating ending up at the year. So on property tax, I think we'll be a little short by about $150,000. And this has nothing to do with the current situation. I think we were anticipating greater assessed valuations or additional growth to come in. And I'm going to have a discussion on how property tax is calculated later. Our franchise tax short 75,000. That's also not related to the current situation, but more of, I think we were anticipating more usage of like electricity and gas, and then also additional residents that would contribute more into that franchise tax. Telecommunication tax, this has been an ongoing issue for a number of years. So it's great for us as consumers when the telecom companies roll out cheaper cell phone plans and the family plans that have lower prices. But we do receive a percentage of that as a tax, and that has been continually going down. So I think even though we did reduce it last year, I think it will be short still 45,000. One of our revenue sources that will take a hit because of this current situation is our transient room. Chris, with our economic development, has been great getting me information on what the current outlook is out there. So I'm anticipating we'll end up being short about 61,000. Business licenses, it is a portion of the current environment, but mostly I think we were a little aggressive on our estimating on our business license revenue. As Chris had mentioned, UDOT is saying that there's a 50% reduction in cars on the road, so that equates to less gas being used. So I am expecting our Class C road funds, and that's our gasoline tax money, will be short around 204,000. And then court fines, luckily they haven't dropped as much as I thought they would with the court being closed, but with everything being delayed, I am projecting we will be short approximately 70,000 from what we budgeted. So that leads us to just this fiscal year. We're not talking about next fiscal year, being short about $584,000 in revenue. Oop, I went too far. One thing while we're looking at this, especially on the expenditure side, is we have a lot of expenditures that are difficult to reduce, or they're a contracted service. So we've signed a contract saying we're going to pay a certain amount. As you know, personnel costs are difficult to reduce, and contracted services, we've signed a contract saying we'll pay a certain amount. Those equate to 74% of our general fund budget. And it's even more, it's 79% if you include debt service. So I think our bondholders would like us to make our debt service payments, so that's usually something we can't negotiate on. So really, we have 12% of our budget as operating expenditures. This is something we do have control over reducing. Transfers to other funds, a lot of this is our transfer to for our Utopia pledge. So that the Utopia pledge is about 850,000 of this. So that also is something we've committed to. Capital outlay, we do have some control over that. And of course, the grants we award, we do have control over that. So a high percentage of our expenditures are difficult to reduce, or we have contracts on. One thing, and Kane alluded to this, we are very reliant on sales tax, and that's been a discussion we've had so far. I thought it would be useful to look at, out of our tax revenues, what are the more stable sources we receive versus the more volatile. Of course, sales tax is more volatile, but it's 58% of our taxes we receive. As you know, it swings with the changes in economy. It can also swing if we had a major sales tax producer decide to leave the city. Other more stable sources, property tax, and we're going to go through how property tax is calculated and how we receive that money. That's a more stable source. We receive about 20% of our tax revenue from that. Franchise taxes are also more stable because electricity and gas usage, for the most part, stays consistent. However, with homes being more energy efficient and appliances being more energy efficient, people are using less of those energy sources, and that does reduce our revenue a little bit. I did mark the municipal telephone tax is more volatile just because the telecoms are doing different packaging and they're doing different rates. And it's yet to be seen what 5G will do to what we pay in on our phone bills. And as Chris discussed, transient room tax is also a more volatile source because people can decide not to travel, or in the case of a stay-at-home order like we're under now, less people would be staying at a lodging place. So if I added those up, about 39% are from stable sources, and then 61% are more volatile. With that, we aren't expecting to receive as much money as we budgeted. I did want to go over what budget revisions will be proposed. And these I would like to bring forward as a budget amendment will actually lower the fiscal year 2020 budget. So of course, what we'll do is, because we have less revenue, we need to reduce our expenditures to match. One thing that was a goal when I was looking at this is we were planning on using about 160,000 of fund balance. And for everyone that doesn't know, fund balance is really our savings account. We were planning on using that this year. I really didn't want to use it where I know we're going into a tough budget year, and the more money we can keep in our fund balance, the better. So one thing I did is we transfer out 300,000 from the general fund into capital projects to cover the pavement management program, and then curb and gutter and sidewalk replacements. Beginning in July, we started getting what's called the fourth quarter sales tax. So a 0.25% of the sales tax increase that was approved, it goes through a formula at the state, but we receive that to be used for transportation projects. So my proposal would be to replace what we were paying for out of the general fund with that sales tax money. So it still keeps the pavement management plan whole, but it alleviates some pressure on the general fund. And also important to note, as you may or may not remember, it was pretty late when I did the presentation. I did have some amendments in March to go through some reallocation of employee salary increases or employee merit increases. I didn't bring those back for formal approval, just with everything that had happened, and we were still working on budget numbers at that point. So when I do the final amendment for the year, it'll include those proposed March amendments. Oh, and sorry, I talked and I didn't advance the slides. So those are in the packet I sent out today. Sorry about that. I've got two screens going on here, so. So the next thing I did want to discuss is more of a broad conceptual thought is, how do we actually go reducing the budget? It seems easy in theory, but as many of you know, having gone through this process, or if you haven't, even in your personal lives, if you've ever had a reduction of income or more expenses, you end up having to move things around to make it work. So I wanted to go through what the approach for the city will be through this process that's coming up with the budget. This first slide is pretty simple. It's how a budget imbalance arises. It's when your anticipated revenues don't meet your, this shows enacted spending or your budgeted spending. And that problem needs to be addressed by using reserves, using rainy day funds or your savings account, lowering expenditures or raising revenues. Some other things to consider on which of those tools to use is this a one-time issue? So for example, if we had a large, a natural disaster in the city, of course, FEMA would come in and help us out with that, but we would have some expenditures on our own for that. And that would be a one-time thing. Is this a recurring issue? For example, recurring and structural, a lot of those go together. So is the city just set up in such a way that the current revenues aren't going to meet the current expenditures? Another question is, do we need to draw on reserves? Depending on what type of issue it is, if it's a one-time issue or a issue that is short-term, a recession is a good example of that. Using reserves is a good way to bridge that gap between when your revenues recovered and the drop you're experiencing. And if you have a more structural issue, that's when you need to look at cutting services to make sure your revenues are in line with your spending. Kane did allude to this. Some of the challenges we're facing, especially going into next year, is we are in uncharted territory. A lot of times with previous recessions, it doesn't just hit in 1 month. You have multiple months of data to look at. You have previous recessions or other reductions you can look at to decide what the future will hold. This time we don't have that luxury. I've been combing the internet and government publications for any guidance. Our financial advisors have been sending me articles that she's seen on the municipal bond market, but these are really uncharted territories. And Chris with economic development has been a great tool for me because he's the boots on the ground. He's talking with the businesses, he's seeing what they're going through, and it's really helped gauge how we're going to form some estimates for next year. Another question, and this has been all over the place in the literature I've seen, is how long is it actually going to take the economy to bounce back once things return to normal? We do have China and some of the other European countries to use as a guide, but you just don't know if we're going to still take the same route as them, or they're actually still just, especially Asia is just in the process of starting to opening things back up. And one thing I've always wondered about is if consumer spending is going to see permanent changes with the stay-at-home orders. I know personally I've spent more money on Amazon and on the internet, and usually being in government finance, I was the champion of go to your local merchant, support your city. But now I've even been forced to buy more on Amazon. So I question if this is going to lead to permanent changes, or will people return to the way they were and still go out and buy things at brick and mortar stores. And then finally, and some of this is out of our control, I mean, we certainly have legislative opportunities to express our opinions, but if the state does any legislative changes that negatively impact us, those might not be reflected in the budget estimates that are being presented for next year. So the next slide here discusses what I like to call tiers of budget reduction. So what these look at is short and long-term reductions that we could take and use as tools to get our budget to balance. So your tier 1 reductions are the ones that cause the least impact to the residents in the city and the employees. Tier 4, the more aggressive approaches, and usually those are needed if it's going to be a more long-term budget imbalance, or there's other structural issues happening. So what I did was on these different tiers, I put a check mark if it's something we've looked at or we are going to propose to you as a council for next year's budget. So one of them is delay capital projects. On operating budget reductions, and we'll discuss this a little further, and as we move forward in the budget process, the departments will go into more detail on what they've done. We as senior staff have gone back to all of the departments. We've had meetings with them again and asked what can be reduced, for example, training and travel, or looking at different ways that can still be accomplished, because training is a lot of times is where new ideas come out. Glenn, for example, in Public Works did a great thing where he's actually going to host a training, which saves them money, but then their employees get to go for free. Our IT department, for example, is buying training software so they don't have to go out and travel and spend a lot of money traveling out of state. So, things like that we're looking at. However, with the operating budget reductions, because that's such a small part of our budget, it can't be the only thing we look at. One of the other ones is review interfund charges, and what these are, it's kind of a government accounting term. So these are charges we charge to other funds. So to give you a good example, our HR and payroll personnel, they're paid for out of the general fund, which is the fund we're talking about today. However, they also do work for the water fund employees, the sewer employees. The general fund actually charges those different funds a fee for doing that. You know, part of my pay comes out of there, and the administration and so forth. We actually look at this every year, so this isn't a new concept. We review those charges every year. When we have a position open, we do review and determine if it's needed or if there's another option that might be better and more cost effective. So we do that with every open position that's been coming up. Another one we're doing or proposing is delaying capital contributions to the internal service funds. And we'll talk about this a little bit later. So for example, we have a fleet fund for the city's fleet. And every year the departments contribute a portion of that vehicle's cost into the fund. So when it's time to replace it, we have the money to replace it, and we don't have to come up with a large sum of cash all at once. One of the proposals is we delay those contributions and the fleet replacement a year to help bridge the gap on the budget. And use fund balance is also checked because at this point we're assuming this is a short term and not a structural issue with the budget. Another one I do have checked is increased revenues, and on this, what I mean is the property tax issue we'll go into a little bit later. As you can see on the right side of your screen, the tier 4, the more aggressive options such as personnel reductions, requiring mandatory time off, and elimination of services. So during the height of the recession, the last recession, many cities were doing these tier 4 options. But these are the types of things we've been looking for as we've been working on budget recommendations for you on the budget. So after all of that, next I wanted to go over fund balances. So this is what we have in our savings accounts. I'm going to briefly go over the enterprise funds. So those are like your water, sewer, storm drain, street light. Glenn also has this in his slides. So I'm not going to touch on it too much. But this is a table showing what we have available. This excludes the RDA. I didn't put that on since the RDA funds have to be used in the RDA areas. So they really can't be used to help bridge the budget gap unless there's a budget gap in the RDA. So that's why you're not seeing it here. But in the general fund, we have about 3.8 million in fund balance. And I have a slide coming up on what the state requires us to have, what the maximum amount we can carry over. And then we also have our own fund balance policy that Kane had talked about of we like to keep 15% of revenues in fund balance. In capital projects, we pretty much have all of the fund balance allocated out for projects. The Municipal Building Authority, so what that is that that's paying, it basically is a fund that pays the debt service on the City Hall building and some associated projects that were done at the same time. Over on the enterprise funds, what I did is you can see they're all listed out here with their estimated fund balance at the end of the year. In our financial policies, we have a goal, and that's where this 180 and 60 come in. We have a goal of how many days of operating expenses do we have in fund balance. So for example, on water, we have about a little over 1.7 million in fund balance in the water fund. That equates to 191 days of operating expenses. Our goal is 180 days, so we're a little bit over. Basically, we've met that operating goal. As you can see on the rest of the funds, with the exception of the telecommunications fund, we are short. The street lighting fund is about where it needs to be. The rest are short. You will note on sanitation, I know bulky waste is a discussion we do need to have. We've essentially depleted the fund balance we've had on that. So that is one of the reasons why some adjustments need to be made in that fund. Telecommunications is so high because really that fund is just paying the Utopia pledge, and it has a very small amount of operating expenses. It's basically trustee fees and some trustee expenses. So I won't spend too much time on this, but this just gives you an idea of what we have in the bank that can help bridge these gaps as we move forward. One of the most important ones, especially where how many things are funded out of the general fund, is what we actually have in general fund balance. And as I had mentioned, we have about 3.8 million. That equates to about 17.5% of revenues. And on this graph, the orange line represents what our fund balance has been since 2017. The gray line is what our current financial policy is, and that is 15% of revenues. And then that, I guess it's goldenrod or yellow line, is what the state requires us to have. It's in state statute, we'd have to have at least 5% minimum. So what we do have above our financial policy is about 540,000. And the amount we have above the state minimum is about 2.7 million. So we do have some funds available to help bridge the gap in fund balance. Some things to keep in mind when using fund balance is, and maybe it's because I've had a lot of FEMA training, but if we have a natural disaster in Midvale, the state and FEMA will come to help us, but we will be expected to have revenues available to help with that. And then there's also a timing difference of the cash we would have to outlay versus when we would get reimbursement from these agencies. My other concern, there's many concerns, of course, when using fund balance, but one of them is, what if the economic downturn gets worse? The more fund balance we use now, the less we would have to cover any future downturns. And the less fund balance we have, the more aggressive we have to get on those tiers of budget reductions.
Kyle, the other fund balance that we don't account for is also the fleet fund balance, right?
Right, I have a slide on that later on, but you're correct. So we do have some funds in the fleet and the IT fund. So we have another fund to help replace computers and IT infrastructure that we could use also. So you're correct on that. Oh, it's right here. So we do have about 1.3 million in the fleet fund, and then about 99,000 in the information technology fund. To give you an example how the fleet fund works, say you have a $40,000 vehicle that has a 5-year replacement schedule. Each year the department would contribute 1/5 of that 40,000, and we index it for inflation, knowing that costs will go up. And we also do factor in what the salvage value of that vehicle will be to determine what that contribution is. So we put it into the fleet fund, so we're not in a situation where we have a vehicle that needs to be replaced, but we have to come up with a large amount of money. The same with our information technology. It's, as we've learned going through this and having to change our IT plans on the dime, having to work from home. I know we've got a couple of our IT people on. I just have to give them another congratulations for how much work they've had to put in for us as city staff to be able to work at home and to do telecommuting, and then also these virtual meetings. So I do have to give them a shout out because they put a lot of work in. But we also put that money aside for computers. So if a computer has a 4-year life, we put 1/4 in each year. And I just basically talked about that. So we can do short-term funding deferrals, are an option to help bridge that gap so the departments wouldn't be contributing every year. And that's one of the proposals that will come forward for fleet. Right now, I haven't recommended that for information technology, only because the lives that we currently have on our equipment, it's 3 years for laptops and 4 years for desktop computers. That really is about the life of a computer. And my worry is if we try to delay that, or we don't have the information technology department changing out switches or routers, if those components start to fail, we really can't do our jobs without IT anymore. Whereas with fleet, if you have a vehicle on a 5-year replacement, it most likely can go 6 years without having any major repairs or breakdowns. So next, I did want to discuss property tax. Really what I want to do here is give you a good idea of how our property tax is calculated, how much the city actually receives, how much other entities make up of the property tax bill, and some of the great things about property tax and some of the pitfalls about property tax. One of the best things about property tax is it is a very stable revenue source for us. So how the calculation works is we received the same amount of property taxes last year plus any new growth. So for example, if a new house is built, we get the increased property tax from that new property. So how the formula works, so if the assessed valuation goes up, so if the home value goes up, the tax rate goes down. If the valuation goes down, the tax rate goes up. So to give you an example, over the past few years where property values have gone through the roof, the tax rate has actually gone down. During a recession, the tax rate goes up because the assessed valuation goes down. I won't go into too many details, but the county auditor and assessor do make some adjustments to that assessed valuation number. So they take into account any property that's in an RDA. They also look at our 5-year collection rate. So if we've only received 85% or 90% of our tax revenue, they take that into account in the calculation. And then if a parcel's reassessed, that can also affect evaluation. So if they've done if they haven't assessed a major taxpayer correctly, that can affect the city down the road. Some things I did want to make note of. In Midvale, the majority of our growth is in RDA areas. So, Bingham Junction and Jordan Bluffs. Because those are in RDA areas, 80% of the general tax revenue we normally would have received does go to the RDA to help with the commitments that the RDA has made and other projects within the RDA area. Of note, from a budgetary standpoint, is we do have to look at other revenue sources needed to provide services to area. Historically, that has been our sales tax increases. And I do want to make the note that the RDA areas that we have in the city have been very beneficial, and we really could not have developed those areas, and they definitely wouldn't be the success that they have been without those RDA areas. In some instances, some of the larger sales tax increases we've seen is because of the RDA areas, and if the RDA areas hadn't been there, we wouldn't have seen that revenue come in. So I just want to make that point that the RDA areas really have been beneficial to us in the city. Some other things that affect a resident's property tax bill, because I'm sure everyone's heard a resident complain that their tax bill has gone up, whereas the city actually hasn't raised their tax rates. Some of it is their assessed valuation relative to other properties in the same tax area. And then the big one is if another entity has done a tax increase, that of course will raise their property tax. What I did on this slide was I looked at the average property tax paid in Midvale. So I took an average home value, and this was off the internet, of about 332,000. So under that assumption, and it was a single family homeowner occupied home, so they get the residential tax exemption. They would have paid about 2,500 in taxes. As you can see, it's split out to multiple different taxing agencies, with the school district being the most at 54%. Midvale City sees about 8% of that, the county 15%. So UFA about 13%. So you can see we receive about $202 of that $2,500. And just as a note, because I had sent this out just to get some feedback on if I was missing something. Right now, Unified Police is about $220 per resident per year at our current rates. As you can see, we're receiving 202 in property tax. And this isn't per resident, this is actually per household. So if you factor that in, it's even more that Unified Police is costing. Property tax doesn't cover what we pay in police services. We're using other revenue sources to make up that difference. Just really quickly, some benefits and disadvantages of property tax. Of course, benefits which we've discussed is it's a stable source of revenue. Another benefit is because we do receive that new growth that comes in the city, it does provide additional revenue to service those new residents. The exception to that is, of course, the RDA areas where 80% is going back to the RDA. Some disadvantages. One of the largest is there's no inflationary measures built into the calculation. So as you know, costs have been going up, but we still receive that same amount of property tax revenue. I did a calculation and I have a chart coming up that shows we've lost about 180,000 just due to inflation since the last property tax increase in 2016. One of the other thing is property taxes are complicated. As I'm sure you know, I didn't understand really the detail of property taxes until I started working in government. Taxpayers don't understand how that certified tax calculation works, or that why we would need to see increases to even just cover inflationary costs. Taxpayers don't understand the formula. And then just me speaking with taxpayers, a lot of taxpayers think the entire amount of their property tax they're paying is going to the city, not realizing such a small portion actually comes to the city, and the majority is going to the school district. So this chart shows property tax and then the effects of inflation. So I've highlighted in red what we've lost. I took the CPI increases for every year and multiplied it by our tax revenue. So over just since 2016, we've lost about 179,000. Down here, the third down on the chart shows what we've received in new growth. So that's actually new money that we're receiving. That's increasing our property tax revenue. And then I've got the property tax revenue base down at the bottom. So the following year, it includes that new growth on there. So next, I did want to talk about what the process would be if the city decided they needed additional revenue through property tax, what the process actually is. And many of you already know this, but I thought it's always good to review what this process is.
Can I ask just one question?
Oh, of course.
On the property taxes though, like, aren't they a year back? Is that just for the, let's see, for the new growth? Do we get that every year? Or is it a year back from them?
You're correct. It is a year back. So for example, the property tax we just received was for 2019. So it does
So-
always go back years. So this one that's marked 2028, these years are fiscal years. So this 2020 is actually 2019, 2018.
So moving forward, then we would probably at least gain that much more, because even if the economy goes down now, we have the economy for last year, right?
That's correct. And
Okay.
a lot of times, and I'm not an expert on this, it's just been my own experience. Typically the first year, on new construction, it's only a partial assessed valuation, and then you see the remainder the following year. And I don't
Okay.
get breakdowns from the county on what that is, but you're correct. You're correct
Okay,
on
thank you.
that assumption. So there are some noticing requirements that have been set in state statute, and there's multiple people that watch just to make sure we're doing it correctly, including the state and then the county. So there are very specific noticing requirements involved. One is an advertisement in a newspaper or combination of newspapers, and then on public notice websites. And a lot of times on these noticing requirements, we do have to coordinate with the county. They have specific requirements in terms of combining ads if another entity is going through the same process. There's specific size and text requirements. The ad cannot be placed in the legal notices or classified ad. It needs to be somewhere more prominent. And then there's certain criteria on when the ad has to be run. And then it lists when the public hearing will be held where the public can come and comment on the proposed tax increase. I've included in the slides an example tax notice. So this was pulled from South Jordan a couple years ago when they went through this process. They decided they wanted to freeze their property tax rate at the current rate to help fund a new public safety building that they were building on the west side. And as you can see, it has very specific wording. And then it's also got information on where the public hearing's at and then who to contact if there's any questions on it. With that all being said, and with the truth in taxation not including an inflationary increase, I did put some things on what other cities are doing to help bridge the gap, whether it's going through truth in taxation or other revenue sources. Many cities are raising fees. This isn't necessarily as much applicable in Salt Lake County, but especially in Utah County, trying to do road fees, which may not actually be legal after litigation with Pleasant Grove. Street lighting fees, if they haven't been charged before. Some cities also charge a utility franchise fee to utility customers as a flat fee, as a percentage. Some cities, especially if they have an electric service, they'll do what's called a utility fund transfer to the general fund, and they consider that a dividend for the city investment in enterprise funds. They're typically not recommended. The state did try to outlaw this a few years ago, and it didn't pass. Many cities, including Midvale, we rely on sales tax increases to help fund those inflationary pressures. Deferring capital needs or reducing services. One thing that has picked up steam in the past few years is going through truth in taxation yearly, such as keeping the same property tax rate or doing an inflationary rate. Mapleton and West Valley City are a couple that do that. What this helps to avoid is doing large adjustment increases. So for example, waiting 5 to 10 years to do an increase, and then you have to do a 50% increase. Whereas a 2 or 3% increase every year is much easier for the public to, accept. I've also found, talking with other cities, once the messaging gets out why we're doing this and where it happens every year, there is less public concern about doing this. So those are just some things I've seen other cities are doing to help balance their budgets and deal with inflation. finally, what I did want to do, and this is just going to be high level. I also did want to stress this is without council input. So I hope you don't feel like these numbers are set in stone. This is just me compiling the information together, and then also some initial discussions with staff about what we would propose to you as a council for the general fund for next year. A few things. So we are expecting a 8% drop in sales tax. Overall, if you look at a full year cycle since this happened, it's more of a 10% drop. The Class C road, I do expect a pretty significant drop of 20%. And then transient room is a 37%. Part of that is due to the drop in the current fiscal year. And then also, I think revenue-wise, we're a little aggressive on budgeting for that. So overall decrease between our current fiscal year 2020 revenues and fiscal year 2021 is about $1 million or 5%. And I've got 3 charts here because, you know, accountants love charts. So the blue bars represent the amount we've received for the year. And you'll notice for 2020 and 2021, if you can see that, those are estimated amounts. So of course, we haven't received all of our revenue. The orange shows what the percent change year over year is. So we are showing some drops for both 2020 and 2021. 2020 rolling, completing this year will be hit especially hard with the stay-at-home orders and less traffic on the roads. So I'm not going to go through every single line on the revenues, but I did send you these slides. As you can see, sales tax is a significant drop, about 664,000. This on the property tax, which I know we'll need to discuss further, this proposed amount does include recapturing the amount we were paying for general obligation, bond debt, which I will discuss later, and then also CPI increase. Class C road, you can see there's another drop. One thing of significance is with the amount of projects that are currently in the pipeline and talking with community development, we do feel comfortable leaving our building permits at 700,000, but if we do see projects starting to be delayed or dropped off, this number would need to be adjusted, but we feel this is a good number right now for what we're seeing in the pipeline. And next, so you'll see on the parking structure loan reimbursement. So what that is the loan that you as a council approved to do with CHD for the parking structure. They haven't actually taken those funds out yet, but if that is executed, we will receive money from CHD to help, not to help, but to actually make the loan payment on that. So that's why you're seeing that 400,000 there. And then on the expenditures, I have put a 6% increase from Unified Police. As Kane had mentioned, the lowest of the options that UPD is looking at is about 5.5%. Right now, I put 6% in the budget before we started seeing numbers from them. To complete the funding on last year's raises and staffing adjustments is about 293,000. Our insurance increases, which Rory will talk about those a little bit later, is about 67,000. And this is just for the general fund again. And then non-discretionary increases. So these are increases that we feel we have to do. We don't have a choice on them. It's about 172,000. And then we had, during the budget process, we had requests from the departments of about 1.5 million that haven't been looked at this year just due to the situation we're in. So that leaves the current general fund budget deficit at about 660,000. And how that was calculated was taking last year's budget, reviewing that and taking out any one-time funds, adding the non-discretionary increases, subtract any budget reduction measures plus the UPD increase. And I said, right now, it's only 6% in this budget, but it may be more. And then grants such as to the Arts Council, which we'll go over later on today. Here's a list of the non-discretionary increases. So we did try to limit them as much as possible, and you can see many of them are small. UPD's the largest, of course. The boilers at the UPD building have reached the end of their life expectancy. So those are also being proposed to be replaced. We also have some server licensing that is past, it's at its end of life. It's not being supported anymore. So they do need to be, and we do need to buy the new software. And so a lot of these are capital projects will also be discussed later. But with the new parks coming online, our parks contract is going up. There was there's some tree maintenance in the main park that has become a safety issue that is also being recommended for funding. This number is still being looked at. The original request was 65,000 when we started asking for budget requests from the department. Last I saw was at 60,000, but as I said, they're still reviewing that. Excuse me. So one thing I did want to point out, as I had mentioned, is that currently we are looking to recommend to you as a council to recapture the amount we were collecting in GO bond revenue. So our final payment on the UPD building, the public safety building, was this current fiscal year. And how the property tax works is we receive the amount that's calculated through truth in taxation. Then they look at any general obligation bond and they add that to what we can collect. And that's the amount we receive. So our proposal would be to recapture that bond payment and put it back into our base property tax. So that would be about $400,000 was that how much that bond payment was. The big thing is the Midvale residents wouldn't see an increase in property tax for this because they've been paying it all along for the debt service on the bond. And I do have a slide coming up that I think will make a little more sense on that. We would also propose implementing a CPI increase. When I pulled these together, it was at 2.3%, which would be another $52,000. And that would be about a $4 increase to the average Midvale citizen. So what this next slideshow is for the average residents in Midvale, it shows the base tax amount. So, that's the amount we would normally receive of $170. What they had been paying for the GO bond was an additional $32 a year. And then the CPI increase would be $4. So for an overall property tax amount of $206. So if that CPI increase was implemented, residents would see an average increase of about $4. If you as a council decide not to go through truth in taxation to recapture that GO bond amount, Midvale residents would see a property tax decrease of about $32. However, if we don't recapture that, that deficit of 600 and I believe it's 60,000, too many numbers today, that would increase to about 1.1 million if we didn't recapture that GO bond amount into our property tax. And at that point, we would need to look at some more drastic budget reduction measures, as that would be about about 29% of our general fund balance if we were to fund that entire deficit with fund balance. So this next slide is just an overview of each department. Well, the revenues we've already gone over, and then expenditures for each department. And I have made some budget notes on here, which are on the slides. We're proposing business licensing is currently a separate department. However, the technicians doing business licensing are you also doing work in other areas of community development? So we were proposing to absorb that into administration. And then code enforcement, we had discussed this a little bit when I went over the last budget amendments, but we had budgeted code enforcement in 2 places in both public safety and code enforcement. That would be to correct that. And there's just some of the notes on that that we went over. So on the expenditure notes, if you go back and look at those expenditures, so it does include the remainder of the salary increases in fiscal year 2020. Since those were done mid-year, we still have the remainder of the year to cover those. And then the current renewals for fiscal year 2021 insurance increases. It includes a 6% UPD increase, as we'll discuss later. That may or may not be enough to cover their proposed increases. It also, I'm sorry.
This is Kane.
Okay.
So the proposed, the lowest increase from UPD is our contract amount would be $9,100,000, or excuse me, $9,100,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's just under that, but about, you round it off, it'd be $9,100,000.
Okay, I think I've got those. The overview does include the department voluntary operating expenditure reductions, and then also those non-discretionary budget increases. What it doesn't include is any transfer to capital projects for any capital projects. As I had mentioned previously, pavement management, curb and gutter and sidewalk replacement will be funded by the transportation sales tax. Right now, it does include the grants we did fund last year. And in my second discussion, we'll go over those, and I would like to get some feedback on those. And it doesn't include any fleet replacement capital contributions from the general fund. So current budget reduction measures, and we've gone over some of these already. One is to use transportation sales tax instead of general fund monies, delaying fleet contributions and replacement. So that saves about $180,000. The departments have voluntarily decreased their budgets about $66,000. We recommend delay of any new capital project requests. And when I discuss capital projects later, I can show you what had been asked for by the departments, and then also what you as a council, a mayor and council had requested us to look at. I can go over that and what the funding ramifications of those are. And then only recommend funding for the non-discretionary expenditure increases. And once again, I didn't give those to you ahead of time, so sorry about that. So that's all I have right now. Are there any questions? You want me to go over anything in particular we should be looking at moving forward? And we do have some discussion time at the end as a wrap up also, if it's things you want to mull over while we go to the next presentation. Okay, well, I thank you for staying awake. I believe Nate is up next.
Thanks, Kyle.
And I'll stop the screen share.
Okay, this is Nate. Can you hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay, I switched to my phone, so hopefully the sound doesn't come in and out. So Cody and I are going to talk about community development, and Cody is going to go over the RDA. Actually, I could start my video as well, so you can see me. So we're going to flip these around, and schedule it has RDA and then community development, but we'll start with that. But Cody is going to put up the PowerPoint for this and work it, and I'm going to talk.
Yep, got it right here for you, Nate. Let's go right here. let's just do screen.
Good with that.
All right, do we see the PowerPoint, Nate?
I don't see it.
Okay. Let's try that again. Share.
All right. There we go.
Oh, we can see it now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay. Let's go.
I think if you, yeah. All right, great. So here we go. So we're going to talk about the community development and the redevelopment. I'm going to go through this pretty quick. Budget-wise, like Kyle just went through, we've gone through and changed or made some budget cuts, which I'll go through. But for the most part, the community development departments are very lean in staff and in resources, very effective and lean. So it gets difficult to cut. If you go to the next slide. This is just the mission statement of the community development department. So one of the primary goals of the department and the divisions is really to provide the services to the community and to maintain that high level of service. So you can go to the next slide. So these are some of the community develop current goals and objectives that we're going to still maintain while making these budget cuts within the department. The number one is, again, to maintain that high customer service level to the residents, to the businesses, and to our development partners. We're going to do everything that we can with the staff that we have to implement the objectives that are outlined in the general plan, in the Main Street small area plan, and in the adopted housing plan. So those are kind of our three big documents that we kind of put together and implement all these different strategies from. And then, of course, with planning and engineering, really support the redevelopment of Jordan Bluffs and the continued development of Bingham Junction. And then we, even though it's a down economy, we're going to continue to do work at the steps that we need to take to revitalize the Main Street. And so those are going to be a big impact or a big emphasis. We're completing those curb and gutter, sidewalk, and pavement management projects. So we're well along the way with those and starting to complete the projects that were called out there. Another thing that we're going to continue to keep doing is getting as many GIS data points as possible. And so we have our inspectors, our GIS guys, and are working with the public works people to put together as good a collection process as we can. We're way behind the curve there, but we're doing the best we can to get those collected. And then again, planning approval process for the major Jordan Bluff projects are a high priority. I think Kane said that we're meeting with Gardner weekly. The reality is I think we're meeting with them 2 or 3 times a day to make sure that we're on the right path on both the Zions building and the RSL training facility, because we know that those are projects that we want to keep moving forward. Alex, who was hired as our planning director, has done an incredible job putting together schedules and making sure that we meet all those timelines so that we're moving those projects forward as fast as we can. You go to the next slide. So again, we had put in several requests for 2020 and 2021, but have dialed all those back. So there's no new requests there. In 2020, other than training and travel that has happened already, we're reducing all of those budgets down to 0 for this year, since there's going to be no more travel. And then the one area that we kind of have some money in is these contract services. So we've looked at all the different contracts, what needs to go forward, which ones we could probably wait on a little bit, and we've dialed some of those back just a little bit. Now, there's not a whole lot of money there, but we're trying to get every penny that we can. The one place in last year's budget, there was a one-time $75,000 budget, and it was actually one time twice. So it was once in 2020 and once in 2021. So $120,000 or $150,000. And what that was originally for was going through and revamping and revisiting the zoning ordinances and cleaning those all up, hiring a consultant to try to simplify, try to make them all consistent. What we've talked about and decided is more important and relevant is with the adoption of the form-based code on Main Street. I really don't want the form-based code to just be thrown out there and have to stand on its own. So there's a whole bunch of other things that are called out in the small area plan on how to make that revitalization work. And part of that is really understanding and fixing, or understanding what we need to fix in the infrastructure on Main Street and behind Main Street. And so we want to take that $150,000, reduce it in half. So we're giving half of that back, but we're requesting to keep the $75,000 there and reallocate it to getting a better understanding of the infrastructure, the utilities, the parking, the right-of-way, and the parcel evaluation for Main Street so that we can kind of figure out how that needs to be cleaned up. I don't know that we can do it all for $75,000, but we're going to do as much as we can, and we're going to do in-house as much as we can as well. No idea what that's, okay. In 2021, again, no new requests. We're going to keep the training budget there for next year, but we'll try to do, you know, if there's ways that we could do training where we're not traveling, we'll try to keep that at a minimum. And then again, like I said, taking that, we'll take the 75,000 from this year and we'll kind of roll it forward, and then we'll reduce the one time that was in the budget for next year down by 75,000. So that's what the community development department can do without getting into personnel at this point. You can go to the next slide. So with that, our goals still, and what we commit to being able to do, is maintain the current level of service to our businesses and our homeowners and developers. Really put a high priority on the Jordan Bluff redevelopment area. And I think planning will have its hands full keeping up with that very fast schedule, but we'll be able to do that. And then I really, you know, have been here long enough to see the staff that we have in both the community development and in the RDA. And I think that we have a really highly qualified staff, and that we're going to be able to perform a lot of these studies that maybe in the past the city would have gone out to a consultant for. I think we can find ways to do some of those assessments in-house. And so we'll do that, and that'll save money while still moving forward with our goals. And then I want, you know, the economic, like Chris has been doing, economic development will focus on the recovery efforts, providing local businesses and small businesses with resource information and support. We're going to continue to do that. And then one of the things I want to do that you'll start to see over the next 6 months to a year is really working with the council, the community development staff, to develop a vision and a strategy for community recovery, growth, and development. So that's something that'll come forward. And go to the next slide. This is really my last slide. Not totally related to the budget, but I wanted to say what we were going to continue to work on as well. Really, the long-term vision of community development is to serve the community. And so, like I said, I really want council and staff to develop short and long-term strategies and a vision for the community. And that's something that I want to lead that effort with you on. Now, again, this is as we kind of get through this current crisis and start to recover, so that we hit the ground running once we get there. But really want to promote a balanced approach to economic development, to redevelopment, well-developed planning, and then also a reinvestment in the community. And we'll talk more about what that means. But I'm trying to make sure that our department is really focused on collaborative teamwork, being creative and innovative with our solutions. We want to have a community outreach and kind of get the whole community behind a vision and goals for the community. And I'm excited to be able to head up the community development department and the RDA because between them, I've seen a lot of ways that you can use the momentum of one to help facilitate goals in other areas. And we'll come back with strategies, and Cody will actually talk about a little bit about some of those, but we'll continue to have strategies on how the RDA can help further the overall community goals. And then much further down the line, but not hopefully too much further as we recover, is really develop a community-wide neighborhood reinvestment strategy, which I think when I read all the documents that we want to raise the home values in Midvale and raise the, the wage and everything, just really bring Midvale up along with other cities in the community in the greater Salt Lake Valley. And so I think there's some strategies that we can use to put in place to do that. And then this is my last slide, and then I'll turn it over to Cody, the next slide. So really some opportunities, placemaking, reinvestment in the community. I think arts and culture as a local regional draw is something that will really help us with our Main Street revitalization. A variety in economic areas where we have Jordan Bluffs, we have the Main Street, we have the State Street area, and then we also have the Fort Union area. All of these areas are draws in the valley, but all have their unique place and serve the community in a different way. And then really an opportunity to redefine Midvale. I liked having the mills up here because the fact that those were there is what held that land vacant. And I know it's taken a long, long time to get that usable, but it's usable now. And so one of the things that defined Midvale the most is now the biggest opportunity that you have to define Midvale going forward. There's no other place in the Salt Lake Valley that has this untapped, unused land that you really get to shape and grow and make it a community amenity and a community asset. So something that was maybe an eyesore, even though I kind of like the old pictures, but now becomes one of the greatest opportunities that the city has. And with that, I'll go turn it to Cody.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. So I had the privilege to introduce myself last time, but I'll do it again real quick just because I am quite new. My name is Cody Hill, and I am the new redevelopment agency manager. Been on the job for a little under a month now, but I have, I think I've got my feet under me, and I've been making some good progress on moving the redevelopment agency forward for the direction that we want to go. And so the mission statement of the redevelopment agency, it's basically just to improve the quality of life for the city. We want to revitalize communities, strengthen housing, promote economic growth and vitality, and facilitate and implement the Midvale City General Plan. So like Nate said, work with the agency works together with the city really hand in glove, and where opportunities may be there for the agency, the city can support it, and vice versa. So just a quick overview of the agency. We have those 3 project areas. We have Bingham Junction up there in blue, which comprises about 390 acres. This is the only active project area, meaning it is triggered and collecting tax increment revenues. And it's been doing that for about 11 years now, and it is 25 years total of collection. So it will collect another 14 years of tax increment revenue. Then there's in that tan yellow is the Jordan Bluffs project area, which we will be triggering shortly, either this upcoming year or the next, but it is about ready to start collecting tax increment. And then the Main Street CDA is about 129 acres there along Main Street. And one of the goals this year is to move that project area forward, work with the other taxing entities, and start putting together interlocal agreements with them whereby we can start realizing the small area plan, which was recently developed. So this is the participated property tax increment revenue, or just the revenue that has come from the agency's only active project area, which is Bingham Junction. So to date, the agency has collected 40.6 million from the project area. So over the last 11 years of collection. And the last time we've collected, so this year, was 7.4 million. And the base year value of the project area, so it was set in 2003, which is 3.8 million. And the fiscal year 2020, so the current value, assessed value, is 669.8 million. So the average annual growth rate of the project area is 35.4%. Compared that to the city's average annual growth rate between the same period of time is 4.8%. So the project area's total growth rate over those years is 17,077%, compared to the city's total growth rate during that same time period of 121%. So significant growth, like Nate was saying. That the site has really been a great asset to the city, even though it's taken a while to get developed. With the support of the redevelopment agency, it has really seen dramatic growth over the last few years. So now I'm going to be comparing fiscal year 2019 budget to actuals, and then the fiscal year 2020 budget to year-to-date figures. And so the revenues were pretty close, what we budgeted, to what we actually saw. They were just 3% lower than what we had budgeted. And the expenses were 26% lower than what we had, the actuals to what we had budgeted. And note that this information, the data here, does not account for any transfers between funds or increases in fund balance. This is just revenue that was received and actually spent. So the revenue sources for fiscal year 2019, there was a bond issued and it accounted for about 54% of the revenues. The tax increment revenue was about 40%, with interest being 3% and other revenues being 3%. And the expenses for fiscal year 2019, development reimbursements accounted for 57%, and then debt service was 32%, and a little bit for operations and redevelopment activities. So this fiscal year, which is going to be ending the end of June, this is showing the year-to-date figures compared to the budgeted figures. And we have actually 11% higher revenues. So we were a little bit more conservative in what was budgeted for revenues when we were setting this budget, and there was more growth than we had actually anticipated. So 11% higher revenues than what we had budgeted. And then the expenses, on the expense side, we have not expended 88% or lower. That's mostly just because the debt service payments are in May 1st is when the debt service payments go out. And so we'll be expecting to expend a lot more revenues to cover our debt service obligations. And this just shows what we've brought in year to date, and we don't really expect any additional revenues this fiscal year. And 94% of the revenues have come from tax revenues. And then the expenditures, 41% has been debt service and 41% has been development reimbursements, and operations been 17%. But we'll see once those debt service payments go through that the 41% of debt service will increase dramatically as a portion of what was spent. So just looking back at the projects the agency has been focusing on this fiscal year in Bingham Junction, we just recently completed a tax increment reimbursement agreement, or TIRA, with Wasatch Advantage Group, whereby they developed 5 apartment buildings in that project area. We've also undertaken the art project to cover the utility boxes in vinyl art, and also the CHG parking structure. We were nearing completion on that agreement when CHG decided that they needed to pause the project for 9 months to a year until basically life normalizes. And then in the Jordan Bluffs area, the extension of Bingham Junction Boulevard was completed, and also a number of residential developments went in place. And then on Main Street, the adoption of the form-based code, as Nate mentioned. And then in housing, fiscal year 2020, the completion of the housing plan, and also state funding. We just tracking the state funding and reimbursement for the shelter mitigation fund, and the monthly shelter coordination meeting is continuing. And then this fiscal year, we're working to complete a budgeting and forecasting model that will incorporate all 3 project areas and help us be able to more easily track the agency's obligations and future revenues, and being able to program those revenues and manipulate assumptions on growth. And then this coming fiscal year 2021, we are looking to complete the CHG parking structure and building projects in the Bingham Junction area. And then in Jordan Bluffs, we're looking to trigger the project area and begin collecting revenues, as well as completing agreements with Zion Bank for their building and parking structure, Homes residential development, supporting that, as well as the Real Salt Lake practice fields facility, which has previously been discussed. And then on Main Street, as I said earlier, we really want to get this project area moving. We want to be meeting with the taxing entities and talking about what priorities they have and how we can get them on board and participating, and then just developing an economic and fiscal impact study on that, developing a budget for the project area, and getting that project area off the ground and moving. And then that also will be doing a biannual Main Street survey, whereby we will photograph each parcel every 6 months and then rate it, and then basically just being able to keep track of the project area so that we can show the development that's occurred. And then housing, this upcoming fiscal year, we'd like to basically realize the goals and objectives that we set out to complete in year 1 of the housing plan that was adopted this year. And those are just 4 bullet points there, but there's 10 actually initiatives that we would like to pursue, but those 4 are the main ones that would impact the budget. The other 6 are mostly policy related. And then the agency, we'd like to develop a capital facilities financing plan, and also update the sales tax leakage study, which was previously conducted in 2015 with 2014 numbers. And so we talked a little bit about the diversity of Midvale's sales tax revenue sources. So it'd be nice to get a handle on what sales tax revenue areas we are capturing our more than fair share of, and which areas we're leaking, and help us establish a better strategy for Main Street as well. So our tentative budget for fiscal year 2021, this is based on our projections for growth in the Bingham Junction project area, as well as looking at our obligations to debt service and developers for reimbursement. And so we're proposing a little bit more revenue, just almost $1,900,000, about $900,000 more revenue than last year being brought in, as well as just maintaining our obligations and setting aside revenues to support our economic development initiatives within the city. And so that is the end of my presentation. And do you have any questions for me or for Nate?
I do have a quick question about the parking garage project. I know part of that was funded by a grant that passed through the city that we gave to CHG. Are there any conditions on the grant that we were provided by the state legislature as far as when that project needs to be completed? Because it sounds like it's not going to be completed into another fiscal year.
So
Yeah.
we have, that's a good question. So I don't believe that there is a time frame on that. And I believe that is related to a $7 million loan from the state. Is that right, Nate?
Yeah, so that's a $7 million loan that went into the state and it just got re-put in there. So it's still in there for this fiscal year that they just adopted. We'll be using that same grant loan program to do the Zions Bank parking lot. So we will be drawing that down. But the plan is that when CHG starts up, that we'll use the remaining of that 7 million. So the state's aware of that. And we'll keep making sure that that's secure.
Okay.
If for some reason it got delayed multiple years, then yeah, that could become a problem of the state saying, we have this money here for you. Are you going to be able to use it? So we're certainly going to do everything we can to get that up and running when we can. It's up to CHG.
Right.
All right. Sounds good.
Justin, were you asking the question whether we were obligated yet on that funding?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, we are not. We haven't taken any of that funding down yet.
Okay. Good.
It's sitting there on account, but we haven't pulled the trigger on taking the money out.
Okay.
So one thing that I want to comment on that, kind of piggyback on what's just sort of said, kind of some new information for me is it sounds like we have money for CHG for that. Like we are sitting on the money for CHG. And I would prefer to not have it. I mean, now it's directly tied to a company. I mean, is this just direct corporate welfare? We're just waiting for them to be ready. So this grant that we got from the state is just going to go to CHG. I mean, I felt like the entire notion of that grant was.
It's not a grant. It's actually a loan.
Right.
It's a low interest loan. We get to borrow the money at about 0.5% above what the state can borrow the money at, but they have to pay it back.
They isn't CHG.
The city backstops it, but it's got to be paid back by the owner.
And then also
It's
to
not-
give you a more full answer, only about $2 million to and change is actually required by CHG. And the remaining about 5 we are going to be using for support of a parking structure adjacent to the Zions Bank building.
Right.
And just to add on to that, it's not directly tied to CHG. So like Kane said, we never executed that agreement. We never drew down those funds. So if for some reason CHG never goes forward, we could take that funding and put it into another parking project with those same funds. So it's not tied.
And that's what I thought originally, but just the way that conversation was sort of going, it kind of sounded like it was just, we would kind of be in limbo with them. And I don't want it to sound like we're tying it to a company anyway. Right. So that's more why I asked.
Right. And we actually just heard back from the state today about use of that funding. And they said that it was, it had to be tied to a improved transportation or parking, tied to a community's economic development directives and near a transportation modal. So as long as we meet those obligations, it can go to CHG or Zions or anyone else that comes along that needs it. So.
Cool.
And I think the other thing too is just that clearly there are some economic factors that are resulting in the decision to delay the project. And we also, while it's not tied to the CHG project, we also don't want to be in a position where they get the project going and then also have to find another $2.2 million in order to get it done. And so, I mean, that's kind of why we're planning on putting on holding that for this project, among other reasons. But if something looks like, though, as everyone has said, so I'm just repeating, but if it looks like for some reason that project is going to be even longer delayed or anything like that, I mean, we definitely still do have some of those options. Where we wrapped up on that project was that the documents are basically ready to go, and I think they would have been signed about a week after the announcement on CHG to move forward. So we're just going to make sure that everything is I's dotted, T's crossed, so that we can just hopefully slide right into that project starting back up when they're ready to go.
Are there any other questions?
Okay, thanks, you guys. We're at break. Everybody want to take a break, or do you want to keep going? We're about 15 minutes behind.
I'd rather keep going if everyone else is okay with that.
I don't recognize the guy with the mustache.
I don't either, Matt.
Hey, I need about 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, me too.
All right, 5 minutes. We will start back up at 4:35. We're about 15 minutes behind.
I'd rather keep going if everyone else is okay with that.
I don't recognize the guy with the mustache.
We ready to go?
Okay,
I'm
so
ready.
I believe it's my turn. We good with that?
I'm looking all over for the donuts and chocolate milk and I can't find them.
Lisa has been texting me. Where are the treats? I know. So Heidi,
I thought you guys would have Domino's pizza delivered to each of us.
oh, I should have. I'm so sorry. I promise I will make it up to you next year. And Heidi, it's a new experience for you. You're going to love it. But yeah, we are minus the treats. I have to admit, I did get into my grandkids' stash of Easter candy since it was still here. And Diet
Well,
Coke.
we'll hold you to that.
Okay.
I'm eating a stale salted nut roll out of the vending machine.
It came, there's some York patties
There's
in my
not enough people around here to keep these things fresh.
There's some York patties in my office if you want to go grab them.
I'm good.
I'm going to apologize up front. I have a very lengthy PowerPoint. I know you know how much I love to talk, and so I'll just apologize for that up front.
Is there anybody that can mute part of this conversation?
I know it. You'll enjoy it. Okay, so as of this year, looking at the market, we did decide to move the whole entire pay scale 5%. That does not mean we're giving increases of 5%. It means we're just moving the scale itself, just to kind of keep up with what we need to, where we need to be. Because of the situation that we're in, we have 0 market adjustments and 0 merit increases scheduled for this year. Like Kane was saying, we will look at that again come mid-year and see where we're at. Luckily this year we did have only an 8.7% increase. That was really good news for us. I put the total amount in there as Kyle was saying, it's about 60,000, I believe he said, to the general fund. Our dental and vision insurance, they proposed a 9.47%. We have fantastic insurance brokers. They got it down to a 4%. So we have just minor increases to our dental and our vision. We have maintained the same premium percentage as well as the HSA contributions, unless you tell me otherwise. We were looking at an identity theft voluntary benefit. However, there were some questions about the contract from legal. So we decided to scrap that for this year. We do have an identity theft policy that we provide to the employees so that it is free. And so we're just going to get rid of that. We're not going to even put that out there for them this year, just because legal had some questions on the contract. Just was not something I thought would be really advantageous to our employees at this time, since we already have one in place. So that's as far as we are with our benefits and increases. Any questions? See, it was long.
Can we give Rory an increase for killing it on time?
I was making up for the 15 minutes that we're over. There you go. You're welcome.
Okay, I don't know if I can be as fast as Rory, but maybe we'll try. So luckily my second presentation definitely isn't as heavy or as detailed as the first. But what I do want to do is go through some of the things in the admin services budget, also go over our non-departmental budget, intergovernmental, and then capital projects. So the first, just some overall budget notes for my divisions, which, excuse me, is administrative services, finance, and court and IT. So an administrative services admin, so that's my budget. So I was able to cut about $7,300 of the budget in education, travel, subscriptions, and professional services. A lot of the CPE I need, I can do online for the next year. So, and I've just cut out all travel. In finance, they were able to cut $5,800. Same education, travel, subscriptions and memberships, and then repairs and maintenance. Court was just running very lean to begin with. So we were able to cut 5,000 out of court, and then IT was able to cut about 46,000. I have to give Matt Pierce more credit. He's been doing a lot of cost cutting reduction. So we have had some one-time budgetary increases that have been requested over the past few years, but they've actually started saving us money. The phone system switch is one of them, for example, and so forth. So I mean, he was able to provide a lot of cuts to the department. So overall, we've been able to cut out of my divisions about 64,000. Just as a note, as we go through the budget, currently we do have proposal to continue IT replacements, so computer replacements, and then some infrastructure replacements. Our current replacement schedule for laptops and desktops is 4 years for desktops and 3 years for laptops. Just from prior experience at another city that had a longer schedule, the 4-year point is when you really start seeing failures on desktops and laptops where they're being moved around so much. I mean, they have more wear and tear. I can tell you some of the things my poor laptop has been through just from working at home and traveling back and forth between City Hall. It's a miracle it's still operating. But of course, if we need to do additional cuts, that is one place to look at, either not funding the replacement schedule or deferring things. So we do have some options still there. Here is our budget for next year. And one thing why I put it in this format is this is the format I'm hoping to put the tentative budget into. So it'll show 2 years of actuals, the current budget, a current year estimate, and what's being requested next year, or the recommended budget for next year, and then the percentage changes between the budget and then the requested. So overall, it's decreasing 25%. A lot of that is converting, and down here you'll see there for the budget, it shows the positions that are being funded by that department. There is significant cost savings going from an assistant city manager to just an admin services director. And then I also went through and just cut down to the bare bones on the memberships I would need. I need a GFOA membership. And then the training I need to maintain our score with the state auditor's office. I do need a certain level of training on that. In finance, it's the same format. At the bottom, it shows the positions that were funded. You'll notice like the city treasurer is only a portion of a person. His pay is being funded by other enterprise fund departments out of the general fund. I also do put budget notes on if there's any significant changes. Like for example, this year we are combining the education and training into one line. I put a budget note. You'll see those as the tentative budget rolls out. One reason you might see increases in the salaries and benefits, and you're thinking we aren't approving any salary or benefit increases. Part of it is, I'm sure you all remember, about a month ago when I came with the budget amendments, we put the salary increases into an employee services line item that has to be reallocated out to the departments. And that hasn't been done yet due to the current situation. So that will get done before the end of the year. And so that's why you're seeing those large increases there. But overall, we tried to trim the budget as much as possible. The same with the Justice Court. It'll show at the bottom what is being funded out of those departments. So you'll be seeing these for every department in the tentative budget in May. But I just want to show those to you. Oops, and I went too fast. So this is the information technology budget. You'll notice a substantial decrease due to the cuts we were able to find. The IT department also had a number of one-time projects in fiscal year 20 that aren't rolling over to 2021 because they're one-time budget, they're one-time projects. And this info technology, this is the internal service fund budget. So this is where we put funds to cover laptop and desktop replacements for employees, and then also IT infrastructure. So you'll notice their charges from each of the funds for their portion of those replacements. We also get a little bit of money from sale of old laptops and infrastructure. And then because we're building up reserves to fund future replacements, there is some interest earnings that are involved because there is a fund balance on that. So next, I would just like to quickly go over the non-departmental budget. So these are things that are shared by multiple departments within the city. For example, office supplies is a good one. We have shared office supplies. So each department doesn't have their own office supply budget, same with postage. The main changes here are on debt service. So we did have that general obligation bond drop off for the UPD building. However, the CHG parking structure, if that I put in the budget, we're assuming that is going to go through, or wherever funds those that loan ends up going to. We will have a debt service payment on that, but there is going to be an offsetting income from whoever that loan goes to. The other note is there is one vehicle that the non-departmental is paying for. It's a shared vehicle that we use at City Hall. And the proposal is to defer any fleet replacement contribution for a year to help cover the gap in the overall budget. Next is intergovernmental. So right now in the budget, I have put in the grants from last year, which is Boys and Girls Club of 40,000, the Arts Council of 45,000, and then the CBC for 40,000. So a question, it doesn't necessarily have to be answered now. We will be doing a more detailed department presentation before the final budget is looked at. But do we keep the same amount of grants on those? Is it something we might want to reduce to help cover the general fund deficit? And then also the fleet replacement funding, we fund the senior van out of this department. That's also being proposed to be deferred for a year. Some other items of note is the city newsletter. We're going to create a communications department budget. So Laura has all of her items into one area, so she's not having to try to track things over multiple departments and multiple line items. So the newsletter is going to get moved to her department. And then the CBC grant, as we had discussed in the previous budget amendments, we had a receivable on the books that shouldn't have been there. So there was a correction that needed to be done to get that written off. That hasn't been done yet, since it does require a budget increase there.
Question, Kyle.
Sure.
On my slide, I also list the Historical Society as a grant. We actually paid, I think we bumped it to about $18,000 for, that pays for their part-time secretary that's at the Historical Society every week.
Right, it's in the salaries up here. So
Okay.
It is a funded position.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
it still is included up here in the salaries.
Kyle, does the city newsletter, are you referring to the Midvale Journal?
Yes.
Okay, so just to say what's really happening, then we're not paying for the Midvale Journal anymore?
No, that's incorrect. Why this is showing zeros, it's being moved to another department's budget.
Okay.
So instead of being paid out of intergovernmental, it's going to end up getting paid out of communications. It's the current proposal.
Okay, because there was talk like 2 weeks ago to stop funding the Midvale Journal.
I do know Laura has been looking at that, and I don't know if Laura, you want to comment at this time or want to wait.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that that's not part of this. If we pass this budget, I just want to make sure that that's not part of what we're passing.
No, currently what I've done is just move the funding to another department. Laura right now, she has items in so many different budgets. It's difficult to track. So we're just going to create a communications budget,
Okay.
which
So
you'll
this
see.
this would be the budget for the Midvale Journal would go to Laura's department.
Right. Yes,
Okay.
because she's over that. But yeah,
Okay.
right now, there's no talk of cutting that funding.
Got it.
So
Okay.
Laura she had a doctor, she's been sick the last couple of days. She had a doctor's appointment. I don't know that she'll get on or not,
Oh, okay.
but I know that that's one of the things that she's looking at for next year.
As far as
Possibility.
in my
Going out.
communications with her, nothing has changed since the last time she spoke to you.
Okay. Thank you.
But good clarification.
Kyle,
Yes.
I have a quick question for you. This is an accounting question, so I don't even know if this makes sense or not. But part of the Midvale Arts Council budget goes to an admin, so it kind of pays this salary for an admin.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sort of benefit to moving them to like a similar salary as the Historical Society up above, and reducing the grant for the Arts Council by that amount? Does that help us at all in any sort of way? Or no? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does. One, probably money wise, we wouldn't save any options. If it was a part-time position, there really aren't any additional benefits that we have to pay as a city. One of the issues would be they would become a city employee if we had them up here in salaries and overtime. So that does create additional liability and additional cost because we would be paying workers' comp and that type of thing. There might be other considerations, but those are the ones that come to the top of my head.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if sometimes pooling things, it becomes cheaper, and sometimes it doesn't make a difference. I didn't know in this situation if it would. Okay.
A good question. So next I did want to go over capital projects. So just an overview. So currently in the budget, we only have the essential projects, or the ones that we need to do or have to do to recommend for funding. As I had mentioned a few times, we've got that new transportation sales tax stream that started in July that will cover our pavement management, curb and gutter and sidewalk programs. Tree maintenance is also being proposed due to the safety issue. And as I had mentioned before, you're going to see a number of 65,000, but that number is still being looked at. And then there's a couple that are past useful life, which is the UPD boilers, which barely passed inspection last year, and they do need to be replaced. And then we have some SQL Server licensing and some other IT licensing that we're at the point we have to do it because it's no longer being supported by the manufacturer. There are a couple of things that I was just going to bring up that Glenn will bring up during Public Works, and one is a possible reconfiguration to the Public Works yard, which isn't in this budget. And then outside of just general capital projects, there is a water area master plan that is being finalized that will also be have significant capital project needs. So this is the current capital project schedule. So this is new this year. This is something I created, and it will also be in the tentative budget book. But when you'll see the department that's making the request, a description of the capital project that was being asked for. This isn't the full why it's needed and all that. It's just a short description. Where the funding would be coming for on it. A priority. So 1 is critical, 3 is less critical. Projected useful life, what was requested by the department, and then what is currently being proposed for funding. So the boilers is one at 25,000. Excuse me, the tree park maintenance, I have 65,000 in here because that was the request when we initially did budget requests, but I believe Glenn has it at 60. And as I said, they're still looking if that number can be reduced to mitigate some of those critical needs on the tree maintenance. And then these next 3 are going to be funded through sales tax, so it's not general fund money. 1 is pavement management, and then the curb and gutter and safe sidewalk. And then in IT, the server licensing, which we need to do is about 39,500. So that is currently what is being proposed for funding. Of course, that can change. Just of note, a couple of things we were asked to look at. One was reconfiguring the pickleball court and resurfacing it. That would be a cost of about $180,000. Another one we had been asked to look at is to upgrade the council chamber audiovisual to be more dynamic and to have multiple cameras. That would be about $20,000 when we went out and did cost estimates on it. So that's all I have for mine. Of course, if you have any questions, let me know, or comments. Okay.
All right, Glenn, it's all yours.
Can you see my screen? Oh,
Yes.
Yes. Which screen?
Yeah, we can see your.
You can see the PowerPoint? You can see
Yeah,
the
we got
PowerPoint.
your PowerPoint.
Okay, cool. Matt, did you want to touch on the Public Works yard and the RSL stuff now or at the end here?
I could do it at the end. I'll do it at the end.
Okay. Okay, so a lot of the information has already been discussed. I'm struggling here.
You need to go into presentation mode.
It says that it's in it, but it's not working.
Is
On
it
the
on
bottom.
another screen?
It's on the bottom of your screen. There
Oh
you go.
yeah, it went to another screen.
Oh,
Okay, so I'm going to try and share a different screen now. I'll drag it over. Oh, I can't drag it over. New share. That one. Is that better?
yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so a lot of the information has already been discussed. We all know that we are making cuts and anything that we ask for are absolute necessities. So when looking at cuts and when looking at putting this budget together, we looked at providing reliable basic services, making sure that public safety and staff safety wasn't taken into account, and then looking at how efficient we can operate and just save costs anywhere we could. Starting with the general fund. A lot of this Kyle went over, but voluntary cuts in parks, public works, admin, streets, most of those cuts are in training and education. We are still leaving some funding in there. We do have required trainings where we need to get continuing education credits to maintain certs and things like that. So we did not cut those out. Kyle talked about pushing off the replacements and not contributing to the fleet replacement fund for a year. And correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, but that was about an estimated 179,000.
That's correct.
The only equipment that we are planning on replacing is the loader. That's on a 1-year lease option, and the way that it works out, we buy that at a government rate, and Wheeler actually buys it back from us, and we end up making $2,000 each year on that. So we're going to continue to do that. Doesn't cut any costs. So total general fund voluntary cuts are around $186,000. So the non-discretionary increases, these have all been touched on. The $25,000 to increase or to replace the boilers. They barely passed inspection last year, and we kind of limped them through. There's really not any other option but to replace those. The parks increases, contracted labor. This is for A to Z to maintain the medians and the bluffs, Pioneer Memorial Park, and the oncoming linear park on Adams Street. So when those come on, we will be responsible to maintain them, and that's the quote that we got from our contractor. The tree maintenance in the main park, the $60,000 mark was a quote if we were to do all of the mature trees in the main park. We got this number before the world blew up, and now the plan would be we're going to have Andrea go out and identify the specific trees that are critical, that pose the highest risk for safety, and then get a quote on just those trees. So that should come down some. Are there any questions on that? Okay.
Are you going to look at the in the grass down below?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you going to also look at the root systems that are poking up through the grass down below?
That wasn't part of the quote. We can see what options there are, but I don't have a cost or really what can be done there.
I think you just get a root grinder and spray some orange on the worst ones and just have a root grinder go over and chew them off.
Okay, we will, when we get the additional quotes, we'll have the tree company look at that and just make sure we're not going to do any damage to the tree.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Write that down. So some other non-discretionary increases. Electricity for traffic signals. We added 4 new signals this last fiscal year. So we'll need to add $1,500 to pay for the electricity. And then also to maintain them, our contract with the county for them to come out and do inspections and blue stakes and maintain them is $1,200 per signal. So that's another $4,800. And now a quick discussion on plow service levels. I hope that you all saw an increase in service level this last year in our plowing operations. But it did come at a cost. We were about $2,000 more in overtime, and our salt budget increased by about $10,000. We did not ask for those funds for the next budget. However, I don't think that we will be able to maintain the same service level as last year. So we will need some direction on that. Okay, Kyle already talked about the enterprise funds, but if you look at water, sewer, storm, what the balances in 2018, 2019 to what they are now, we can't keep operating like that. And we're just providing kind of basic service and still pulling from fund balance. So to move forward with that, a lot of the increases, in fact, most all of them on the enterprise funds are for have master plans and a fee rate study associated with it. So what a master plan does is it looks out, 5, 10 years, 15 years, identifies the future needs based off growth, based off development patterns, et cetera. Looks at current system deficiencies, and it gives you an idea of what we need to do to maintain our assets and or add infrastructure. Along with that, a fee rate study is performed based off the master plan, and it gives you an idea of the funds that you need and what your rate structure should be. So for all of our for stormwater, for sewer, and for water, we're requesting either a master plan and a rate study if the master plan hasn't been completed. Street lights, simply an increase of $2,000 for electricity just to cover the additional street lights that we're adding, the bluffs, et cetera. Water, there are a few increases. We've already gone over the 60,000 to complete the year 2 of 3 of the failed meter project. We presented that a few months ago, and that's been moving forward. It was a 3-year project. You approved year 1. If you approve year 2, we would need another 60,000, which was discussed then. We are asking for, oh, I didn't change this slide. So we're only asking for a utility truck, so that's only $100,000. We need that for system maintenance. We're short on trucks, and we're short on equipped trucks. So to keep maintenance moving forward on the water system, I'm leaving that utility truck request in there. This past year, we had some sampling issues, met with the state. They gave us some criteria and some things that we needed to implement. And one of those was installing a chlorination system on our tank site. Currently, the west half of our city, the water's not chlorinated. This would remedy that. The cost for that is $350,000. However, we're going to transfer that out of a current fund. So it's not necessarily an increase, but a transfer, but thought we would discuss it. Are there any questions on the enterprise funds? Okay, and then to add to water, we are probably 80% complete with the master plan. The master plan identifies significant needs. A lot of it has to do with storage requirements and some tank construction and transmission construction, and some coordination with Jordan Valley and getting creative. Also, increase in lines due to growth and new developments. The price tag currently on the master plan is, and this is an estimate, it's around $20 million. So along with that, we'll do a fee rate study and see what the fees need to do and if there are any bonding needs there. But that will all be presented later when it's complete. And now it probably is a good time for you to go into the Public Works reconfig RSL soccer project, Matt. Hello.
Sorry, I'm just sharing my screen.
Gotcha.
It says I can't share while you're still sharing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess maybe before, are there any questions on any of the information that was provided there? One last thing, I guess, to add.
I had one, Glenn.
Okay.
Is the chlorination mandatory now by the state?
Yeah, they gave us a few, I'll say, requirements in a letter. We've met all of them, and the deadlines associated with them. The chlorination system, they expected it to come in with this coming fiscal year, along with another 20 sample stations, but I've already got funding for those.
So it sounds like they're getting a little stricter with their requirements.
Yes, yeah.
Thanks.
Now, I just want to point out that if there's not an increase and there's not an increase or a decrease on any line item, that's really a decrease because costs are going up all around us. So, you know, we're not going to be operating with the same money. We're going to be operating with less money, even though the dollar amounts are the same. With that, I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay.
Maybe. Got it. Cool.
So everyone see, are you guys seeing my image?
Yes.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. So we've had a confluence of two different projects that I think are fortuitous. One of them is that, again, prior sort of to the pandemic, we were looking at trying to find ways to expand the public works facility. Part of that has to do with the fact that we have certain portions of that of the public works facility that are approaching the end of their useful life, as well as the fact that we haven't really grown the facility as we have grown our public works departments. And so this is something that we were looking at trying to address in the next few years, if possible. At the same time, we've been working for several months with with Wasatch, but to find a location for a practice facility associated with Real Salt Lake and their minor league teams. We've come to you before with a couple of different locations that we've considered for their facility, and we've now come to what we think is a pretty good location. And so, just as we look at this, where we're looking at here is the corner of Ivy Drive and Main Street. And just for a few more ways of sort of getting you familiar with what we're talking about, here's a public works facility. I'll have a few more slides about that. This is Seguini Drive. And so what they're looking at doing is on the eastern portion of the project, they're going to have an indoor soccer facility, which you can see where my pointer is now, as well as they'll have some offices on the west side of that structure. There'll be a full-size field, but it'll primarily be a practice facility, so that we're all talking about the same thing. There's not a lot of space partially, but there won't be a ton of bleachers or anything put on either side of this, so it is primarily a practice facility. In the middle, we've got the parking for the facility, and then on the west side will be their outdoor field. Again, there will be some space for there to be bleachers, but there's not going to be a lot of infrastructure built around it. It's primarily a field. Now, we've had conversations with them. Of course, RSL gets the primary use on setting up the schedule for the facility, but they will provide opportunities for the community as in general, as well as for the city, in order to get some space to utilize the facility during the course of a year once it gets built. Now, the reason that I talk about the projects coming to a confluence is that they're, in order to make this work, because of how tight the site is, they would require the use of the northern portion of the sorry, I'm trying to advance the slide and it's not advancing, so that's embarrassing. Just to kind of show you again, this is the site that we were looking at, and then this purple area here is the northern portion of the public works facility that would need to be taken in order to facilitate the site being built. And then this pink area here is not quite to scale quite yet. It would actually require us to take a little bit more here, but what we've contemplated with them is a land swap, the Public Works facility for the this pink area here, which is currently owned by Gardner. In addition to that, because of these two projects coming together, that creates an incentive for us to move forward with getting the Public Works project to move forward. And we've been working with an architect firm to contemplate how we could best do that. Now, just so you guys can kind of see what we're looking at, this portion up here is what would end up as part of the RSL project. We have 3 structures that are included in that area right now. The salt dome, sort of, this is more of a dumping facility or material storage. And then this building, which has had a lot of different uses. Right now, it's primarily storage, lockers, and some office space. What we've been talking about with the developer is that in addition to providing us with the land we need over here in order to make the project work, we were also looking at having them replace the facilities that need to be removed as part of the project. Now, the initial discussion with them was sort of on a one-for-one basis, but as we've been looking at the project and the phasing that we need in order to make the site meet our long-term needs, we've had to rework the plan in some ways and come up with a phasing for how to develop the project. And just real quick, so what we're looking at, one of the priority things that we need to get done is getting the salt dome replaced, and so that we can have that ready for next winter. Up here in this portion, this is our existing building. We're going to have to renovate some of the project in order to accommodate the offices and storage that was in here. So we'll be looking at doing some phase 1 renovations on this part of the project. And then we have some other replacement facilities replacing some of these material storage over here. Anyway, so that's kind of phase 1 of what we're looking at for this project. Now, the developer will have a portion of the cost associated with the replacement of these facilities. However, we're still working on these numbers and they're pretty in flux right now, but there would also be a cost associated with the extra things that we need as part of phase 1 and phase 2 in order to meet our ongoing long-term needs. And while a big portion of that is covered by the developer, the rest of it would have to be split up amongst the different enterprise funds and potentially the general fund as well in order to cover those costs. And again, we're sort of working on what that's going to mean. We had an initial estimate that was just completed at the end of last week, and there's some speculation that the costs for that may be a little high. So we're also working with with the developer in order to look at seeing if there are ways that we can bring some of that cost down. Not to change the project because we want it to meet our needs, but to see if there's a way of finding ways of building it in a less expensive sort of form. So that is the nature of the project, the 2 projects, what RSL is looking at doing, what we need to do in order to modify our facility. And I'm sorry, if you guys wanted me to walk through phases 2 and 3, I could do that. But for this year, that phase 1 stuff is the orange is the primary things that we would be trying to do in order to replace that. But we can walk through more of that long-term project if that's useful for your time.
Both the dark orange and the light orange would be phase 1. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, this is Quinn. Since this is part of the RDA, can it help fund any of that or no?
There's parts of this that we could look at funding. For example, maybe because a lot of what we're funding throughout the rest of the project is that overburden cost of dealing with the site conditions. And so I think that it's easy to, the case could be made right over here in this land. There's a big dip and there's going to have to be fill put in there before we can actually get these orange structures built. and that'll have a pretty high price tag. And I think that that fits within a category that we have funded in the past. I think we'd have to look at it a little bit more with regards to how we fund municipal facilities. I think that gets, sometimes there can be some challenges with how we do that. But yes, there is potential to use some of the RDA funds for this project.
So the other thing that that, as Matt pointed out, on the west side there's about a 20-foot difference in elevation between our yard and the Gardner property. So they would have to fill that up and flatten that out. At the end of the day, we hope to have a nice masonry post and panel type fence down both the north side, the south side, and the west side. So that whole yard would be enclosed and secured with the fence. The other thing that we're asking them to do is we're asking them to give us access on the west side, not necessarily to access our large dump trucks, but maybe our service trucks and employee entrance could come in on the west side. And then there's, if you look at those hash mark section there, west of the orange buildings, that's some additional parking that could be used by the employees. Because that's one of the things that we're losing up front, is we're losing that parking up in the north east corner of the property, where and that the property is already short on parking. So what we're getting is we're losing about 4/10 of an acre is what we're giving them, and we're getting about 1.4 acres back. So we're getting an additional acre on top of what we're giving them, which is good because we need the extra space for the full build out of Public Works. We, at one point, were looking to purchase that property that Wasatch is purchasing for the soccer facility. Not that we needed the whole thing, but we thought we needed about half that property to expand Public Works, to get that to be built to where it could handle all of the city for the rest of the time here. So this is kind of a good thing for us. Timing wise, it's going to be a little difficult. As Matt said, we've got to have that salt storage up and ready to go by October of this fall. The other parts of it, the storage on that building that we're tearing out, more than likely we're going to have to bring some large storage type, what do they call them, conical lockers, and have that stuff stored on the property until we can get the blue and green buildings built, which is phase 2 of the project.
I just reiterating on what Kane said, I think it's important that we just want to make sure that it's very clear that this expansion is something that was going to need to be done, and we're not just doing it because of this project. This project provides us with an opportunity because of that land in order to start working on it now. I just don't want there to be any confusion that we're doing a bunch of this stuff only because of that project. Now, that all being said, I think that as was mentioned earlier, Alex has been working extremely hard to keep this project and the Zions Bank project moving forward, and that we're putting in a lot of, we're going to be finding ways in order to make that process move forward as smoothly as possible, because we want to make sure we're not putting any roadblocks anywhere in front of any of these projects that are still moving forward, at this time. But our willingness to work with and cause some operational challenges for a while with the Public Works facility while we're sort of getting these phases done, I think just speaks to our willingness and ability to work with businesses in order to get good things to happen for the community. And anyway, we've put a lot of time into this, and but of course, at the same time, we're bringing it up during the budget retreat in case anyone has any thoughts, questions, or comments or concerns about what we're doing. I don't have anything else to add on this project.
I think it'd be a great project if we can pull it off and make it work.
Yeah, Matt, the other thing, I know I've had some discussions with Chris and then also the high school soccer coach about if the RSL facility is built, that the high school team can get some field time on there for free. And Chris, I mean, if you're still on, you can chime in that RSL has been receptive to that. I know they have, as part of their program, they have to give back to the community. So this is one way that they would be doing that. So.
Okay.
Chris on there? That's all I had to say.
Okay.
So I just wanted to unmute a little bit. The one thing that we're looking at, the timing's really good on this because we were talking with our financial advisor, Laura Lewis Young, a month or so ago, and she was talking about refinancing one of our public utility bonds, our water sewer bonds, and there was a savings of $500,000 to $600,000 in refinance of that. That would be good timing to add this project to that and not build out the full 3 phases, but build out phase 1, at least build our share out of it along with Gardner's share of it, them building their share. And I think that would get that project done without little or no effect to the general fund. Am I up?
I think so.
Okay.
Shall we forego the break?
You want another break?
No. I say just keep going.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, you seeing my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is just a quick overview of the auxiliary, proposed auxiliary contributions that Kyle went over, and we're proposing to program those into the budget. Just the other thing is just a reminder of our community events. We're not sure what's going to happen with Harvest Days. This year's Cinco de Mayo has already been canceled. Next year, we're hoping that next year's is going to be okay, and they'll pull that off. Harvest Days, we thought we would probably give it until another month and then take a look at it again. The problem is if you get too far down the road, you're not going to be able to get any bands or a lot of times it'll be even hard to get fireworks. So, but we'll have to be making some decisions here within the next month on what to do with Harvest Days. And maybe it's an abbreviated Harvest Days or total cancellation. I'm not sure how that will go. But the Harvest Days celebration costs us somewhere if you look at everything that we do with the float and everything, it's about $65,000.
That include fireworks costs?
Yes. Yep.
So right now the budget's sitting at 73,000 with the float and fireworks.
Oh, so she's increased it. Okay. So that would be the cost savings, or, you know, part of it, we could possibly shave some of that down. So there could be a cost savings there. And when I get to my next subject, you're gonna understand why. Unified Police. The new CFO's made drastic changes to the budget process, and there is more transparency, and it's in a format that works for the cities. Midvale's precinct's done an excellent job keeping their budget request at a minimum. For the precinct, they're only asking $36,000 increase for the precinct itself. The shared service cost, which used to be called regional services, if you take out the employee cost, that cost is going to be $83,000, which is about 5% increase to that budget. And that's where K-9 and SWAT and the drug task force, the CART team, the major accident team, all those services come out of the shared service budget. And that's the real cost savings to belonging to UPD is right there. Projecting anywhere from a 5.5% increase, $474,000 to 13%, or 1.13 million increase in contract amount. That would equate anywhere from an 18% to 42% property tax increase for Midvale, just to cover that. Just to cover that contract increase. We received approximately a little over 1.5 million from the state this year to fund the officers assigned to homelessness. That actually funds 9 officers and 1 canine dog. Future police concerns. Well, let me go back, because the mayor just got an email that just blew me away. So apparently the sheriff is going to propose a 9% increase for us. That's giving the officers a 2% COLA, 2.75% merit, and a 2% market adjustment. So that increase would equate to about $729,000 to us. So it's about $230,000 more than we were anticipating. Even the highest in the amount that Kyle was talking about. I don't know how to cover that, frankly. I'm just flabbergasted that they're proposing that. I was hoping that they would look at it similar to us and say, let's let it go for 6 months and take another look at it at mid-year, and without giving. I mean, I don't know what the other cities that belong to UPD are doing, but if they're giving raises, I have to wonder what's going on. So think about that one. Future police concerns. We're already now, as Kyle said, we're $220 a resident. That's backing out the $1.5 million. $220 a resident. If you put that in, the 1.5 in, it puts us, I don't know, way over now. We're $260 a resident for police service. One of the highest in the state, if not the highest. Calls for service and caseloads are higher than most comparable communities. Our call volume and caseload factors are related to demographics, high percentage of rental properties, location, where we are in the Salt Lake Valley, and we're across the roads community, and we got a higher concentration of commercial and retail properties in the city. At some point, additionally, officers will need to be added to at the full build out of the city's west side. We haven't addressed any of that to this point. Our precinct has done a great job at providing the services without adding any officers, except for those 9 officers assigned to homelessness. Councilmember Gettle asked me to put together a 5-year history on UPD contracts. So I went back as far as I could. 2011 was the Midvale Police Department. That's where we started out. A little over $6 million for our budget. You can see the first year we saved $1 million by joining UPD. And then over time, that's been eaten up fairly rapidly. However, I will point out as I went back and looked at our police budget when we had our own department, our police budget increased about 5% a year. Even when the city was only, the city budget was increasing about 3%, police department was increasing about 5 to 6% because 80% of their budget is personnel costs. They don't have a lot of equipment and materials. So if you look at that, there's an anomaly in 2016, 2017, and 2018. And that was due to the grant, how the grant money came to the city. I think we were supposed to start getting some grant money in 2016. It never arrived until 2017. We got 733,000 that year. And then the next year we only got 409. So there is an anomaly there in those 3 years. But then if you look beyond that, what I've done is there's a contract amount on the left side, and then the state homeless grant, and then our final amount, and the increase 6.1% in 2019, 3.4% last year, and now we're talking about an 8. Well, it's a 9% increase if we go with the sheriff's proposed budget. So that's a huge. You know, I thought Kyle had it fixed for us there for a minute, but now I don't know. So that's a problem.
Hey, Kane, can I butt in for just a half second?
Yep.
I just got an email. It actually just come in like 5 minutes ago from Lisa, and it's addressed to the mayor, and I believe you, as well as Matt, are CC'd. It looks like, and this is still preliminary, but the sheriff's budget is probably going to be a 0% cost of living, a 2.75% merit, recommended 4% market just for line level officers, a 2% market for sergeants, and 0 for any rank above that. So according to Lisa's numbers, that would be about a 7.7% increase to Midvale as proposed by the sheriff. And that just came through while we've been discussing this.
Okay. Yeah, the one before that was a little higher.
And I gave you the, today I put forth the third quarter monthly report that included the third quarter actual financial statements, which you've got a copy of. One thing is we're running, where we should be at 75% of total expended right now. I'm at 71.6. So for the first time in UPD contract history, any under expend will be staying directly with the precinct. So that even right now is, a fairly good chunk of change, assuming, I can, and I think I can run the precinct budget out to the end of the year on that same format. There's, we didn't count on doing COVID park patrol, but that's a very small deal. And I realize there's some numbers that aren't in the expenditure lines that, like county fleet, they seem to be a little bit slow putting numbers into us, but I'm certain I can get land the budget well below, the anticipated expenditure. So that, at least in the past, that's gone direct back to UPD, and it's not something the different precincts or cities have seen stays within their budget. So it's a little bit of a remedy. And then I was going to mention, I don't know if Glenn was told or is aware, but the outbuilding here at the precinct, when the precinct roof got replaced a couple years back, the outbuilding, or where we keep the motors and the speed trailers, that's another expense that here in the near future, that roof was never replaced and it's leaking. And I'm really not sure if Glenn ever got that word on that. So I didn't want that to get skipped as something to think about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard about it, but we'll look at it.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a big deal. But with this under expenditure, I think that can go a long ways towards possibly the boilers or, some of the repairs around here, or however the city deems to, use those under expend.
Are we going to, I guess, talk about this some more before we move on? If we're going to, you said it might be a 9% increase is the actual increase.
I'm just running the numbers again. It's just under 8, about 7.8%.
I just don't, I feel a little insulted by this. We made it pretty clear how tight the budget was. You're now in the middle of a crisis, and I just feel like they don't respect us. Like, I feel like completely disrespected by this. And, I was the strongest council member against staying with them last year for this reason, because it was clear that they don't have a plan to keep us into some sort of normal cost. And now that the economic situation is dire, we still have to just accept these ridiculous raises. I think this is complete. If we were not on record, I would say a bunch of other words I'm not going to say at the moment. But we need a real heart-to-heart with this, because we can't just say, maybe next year it's going to be better. Maybe next year it's going to be better. Every single year that I've been on council, we've had substantial raises that maybe they're needed and they're warranted, but they come to us. Rosie comes to us like, oh, I'm so sorry. We love Midvale. We love everything about you guys. We want to keep the UPD together, blah, 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 blah. And they just send us, she should be here. If she wants to do this raise, she should be here. I do not take for 1 second an email as an acceptable method to increase by this much. I do not.
Councilman Brown, this is not even her final budget, and it does go to the UPD board. So these are preliminary numbers. I understand your contention. As you know, I've been in the back row the last 3 years, and usually it's the very last thing. And as you know, the UPD officers are not the highest paid. In fact, they're not even mid-level across the valley. So where 80 to 85% of our cost is our payroll or employee compensation, we were behind last year in looking for a market. I think she's trying to still work that way. Our labor and compensation committee had a discussion, and Mayor Silverstreeny was there, and both sides have great points. We recognize, the employees recognize, that this right now the economy is terrible, and this is a starting number. That's important to know. These are recommendations that the sheriff will take to the board. The UPD board as a whole can do anything they want with these numbers. So, she will be there. She will be at that. This is just, fortunately, we have the best numbers ever, the earliest ever. I'm not embarrassed by how early we got these numbers compared to in the past, because in the past, as you know, we threw some numbers out there, some hopeful numbers or percentages, not actual numbers. And now we have the numbers locked down. It's just at what point, and there's several models that the mayor has an opportunity to look at, where COLA, market, as well as the merit are all included in there. So really it's up to the UPD board as a whole to craft what this looks like. So, that's not sticking up for the sheriff and why she's not here. It's not really quite to that point. These are just numbers.
But Chief,
yeah, go ahead.
So one thing this is maybe why I'm the most frustrated about this is the number from last year was so kind of bold, offensive to us. I don't know, whatever adjective you want to use. The idea was, we're going to keep you updated. You're not going to be surprised by the budget. So me coming into this meeting, I thought 4 or 5% was what this was going to be, because no one came to us and said, hey, it might be 7, 8, 9, 10% again. So I appreciate what you're saying, but there was sort of a promise, I think, especially made by her at City Council, where she came to talk to us, that we would know a lot further in advance. So yes, it's nice to know now. Granted, we are 3 weeks later than we're supposed to be with this meeting. We really should have known this in January. So it made me very confident that we were going to have like a quote unquote normal increase. That's where I get insulted by this. I mean, she came and said that to us in City Council. So an email is not sufficient. Like the person that says, hey, we're going to make sure you know about this ahead of time. It's not going to be crazy, which means she either doesn't accept that that's a crazy high raise, which it doesn't work for me as a partner, or I don't. But that's why I'm saying in this situation, it would have been appropriate for her, because we were told leading up to this, we would not be surprised in the future. And this is a surprise.
I understand your point. It's, unfortunately, even if we were to give really healthy, if the COVID hadn't happened, this market increase for the line officers and the sergeant, it's been identified through 2 separate pay studies. Law enforcement personnel, ironically, are really in demand, and we're stealing from each other. Recruitment retention is terrible. This current economic state may help in the long run, because right now, like I said, UPD and the UPD board adopted that they would like, in essence, for their officers to be either top 3rd or top 3 within the pay scale, within the metropolitan market here in the Valley. And they're mid to lower 3rd as is. So I think what you're seeing in this is the COVID aside, this is the direction we would have gone regardless of the economic environment right now. That being said, I think when you see these other cities and partners give their 2 cents to the discussion at UPD board, and fortunately Mayor Hale is on the chair of that, and is been in constant discussion, very in tune with what's going on. The numbers are as real as they've ever been. They're not hazy. It's very transparent. Not that that's less shocking, and I certainly understand that. I don't see, even with this market, I see the post training academy right now is shut down. We had 6 officers that were in training that are now in UPD, kind of in a stall, waiting to get through their police training just to come out on the road, where we're going to have open allocations towards the end of the summer, and we won't be able to fill them. So the want and desire for different agencies to stay full and have their law enforcement slots filled by competent personnel, it's getting to where it's, we used to be able to be real picky about the officers we get. Now we are almost to a point where we'll take whoever we can, and hopefully they're good officers. And that's not a great place to be in. So unfortunately, it's still a pay war for law enforcement, and that's what's really driving this price. I don't think it's, we've, as UPD with fleet, with IT, we're still negotiating with VEC and the 911 services. And I think they've got a long ways to go, and there'll be significant savings for UPD as a whole. But I'm not making excuses for anyone. It's very competitive out there, and the wages are driving these salaries.
And I hope I'm not coming after you. I appreciate it. You're sort of the whipping boy because you're here, but it's just a lot of money, and we got to answer for it.
Yeah, I also manage White City as well as Southeast Unincorporated. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic as a precinct, because the funding mechanisms are different, where, the cities are more sales tax driven. The Slovisa, where they're a district and it's based on property tax, they're stable. They're not going to feel this quite as hard as I think the cities will. So, and now that they're, they talked about a weighted voting option and haven't really figured that out completely. There's a potential that the Slovita city can drive the discussion, through vote. So that's all to be seen. UPD board's coming up. So, and Mayor Hill will probably, you know, I'm always at those. Mayor Hill's there as a chair, and we've got a real direct line of communication. So
at those meetings, was this clear? So like, did you and Mayor Hill kind of know this was coming months ago?
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second. What was that?
So, you know, in these meetings you and the mayor attend, did you guys know that this kind of increase was coming months ago?
Well, I knew market was, we've got two different committees that the Employee Association as well as UPD brought two different labor studies that showed we're below market. So, and that's really what's driving this whole, you know, 85% of this cost is labor driven, or labor and compensation driven. UPD as a whole has done extremely good as far as the, you know, the to my understanding, and I don't have the exact numbers, but our HR offered to be here as well as Lisa Dudley, but they did very good on their healthcare, their renewal on their healthcare. Our HSAs are strong, you know, so we've got good employee participation in that, but this is just, it's kind of an ongoing thing. I honestly think if we did a 4% market this year, unless this economy really stops the cop war or the competition between police agencies stealing from others, I see the demand going up for police officers, because right now we can't even train them.
Right.
Having been the chair for what, 2 months now, I think that what we're seeing are a lot of different factors in law enforcement moving back and forth, and it's not just a simple, that's too high, they're getting too much, we're being taken advantage of. It's one of the more complex negotiations I've ever been a part of. And I expressed my concern when I went in and got the preliminary numbers a week ago. And it was, you know, what do you do? Do you want law enforcement? Do you want UPD involved? And there will be a certain cost. And they were taking it down. There's elements within the valley here that would have just as soon seen a 6% raise or a 12% raise for officers. And as Randy's brought out, you know, there's a counter movement that we can't take anything. We can't give anything additional. And so somewhere in the middle is where it's going to fall. And we may have to have a little bit of an increase if we're going to keep UPD. If we don't keep UPD, what's still, well, that's where it comes down to. And what's that going to cost to get set up? And where are we going to be with our ability to handle the many draws on our personnel? That's a big mystery to me.
Well, I think this is a discussion that we'll need to take into next week. This is a game changer for me to try and sit down and figure this out now. I'm gonna have to sit down with Kyle and go through this. Right now, I mean, even if you looked at a property tax increase, I mean, you're gonna increase by somewhere around 30% property tax increase to cover this, which is about a $60 a year property tax increase to the average homeowner. So that's a pretty significant increase. But let us put together some ideas of what we can do to get through this.
I just think the powers that be need to know we are serious. I feel like because we said 2 years ago, if this happens, we're out. It came back a second time. It was way worse. We said, just kidding, we're not out. I don't think they think we're serious.
No, Councilman Brown, they definitely know we're serious. And I don't leave one meeting and not report directly to Chief Mazarin. He's actually, I know he's listening on the YouTube channel now. So he's he's hearing your concerns. I think it'd be real valuable this Thursday. We should have UPD board, and then following UPD board is the Slovisa. And I think there'll be good, healthy discussions. We should get a better feel for the other participants or partners that sit on those boards. And I think quite possibly Thursday by noon, we'll have, probably a better idea if this is a solid number or this is just, this is in essence where the sheriff says she starts, and the partners of the other city partners. Mayor Silvestrini did mention he wasn't for, he was for giving the market increase, but right now his city revenues or his anticipated revenues, he didn't even have the information. So he felt like he didn't want to commit to anything in the last meeting I heard, and that was a week and a half ago. So, and I'll be happy to report back to all of you, as well as I'm sure the mayor, we can both kind of summarize what Thursday sounds like.
Okay.
And Kane, I just wanted to add, I know we talked before, because if we reach the point where we decide we want to fund our own police department again, I know it takes 6 months to a year.
Takes a year for us to, we have to give a letter, a year's notice telling we're going to pull out. And yeah, that's we have to issue our letter.
I think that's something that we definitely need to discuss again and maybe get serious about issuing that letter, because, obviously we can't sustain these increases year after year. The reason I asked for the numbers going back 5 years, and thanks for going back 10 years, but just since 2017, our budget has increased 43%. So, I mean, we'd be, we're just foolish to keep coming here and expecting something different. And Chief, you guys do a great job, and no one's ever saying that you don't, but the fact is, these were the sheriff's numbers last year that, this was the starting point, and we ended up in a very different point. So just because these are the starting numbers for her doesn't make me any less nervous as to what we're going to see in the end. So, if it takes a year for us to give notice, I think that we should definitely do more than just talk about issuing the letter like we did last year.
We'll pull this all together and have a very in-depth discussion next week in the workshop. This will probably be the main subject.
And if you'd like, I'd be more than happy if you have questions or anything that hasn't been answered clearly. I can have Lisa, our CFO, or the chief, or I can't commit to the sheriff's time at this point, but I can certainly ask her if she'd be willing to sit in with that.
Chief,
No,
it's just, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kane.
I understand. I've been in on the meetings, and I understand, and I totally, can verify what the chief's saying. And according to the market study, our officers are not paid up in the top third of where the police officers are in the state. But this is not the time of year to do this, or under these circumstances. Is we're trying to just get through this. We got a absolute flat budget. We're not going to give our own employees an increase, and then we're going to turn around and give this kind of an increase to the police officers. That's kind of like a slap in the face to our own people. So this makes it very difficult, I think.
And Chief, just a thought to bring to the CFO that could explain this to us, because here's what I hear. I hear that the pooled services such as the K9 unit, the crime lab, and our officers are all either underpaid, or because it's pooled, it's cheaper. But somehow, and what should happen under a pooled service is the administrative costs should be exponentially cheaper, because instead of having, a sheriff in every city, that whole mechanism for the admin side should be distilled down and be cheaper. So it feels like something humongous is missing, because if you guys are getting underpaid, which I believe you are, and we're saving significantly on sort of these secondary services, where is the money going? So what we need to know is where that money is going, because I would rather have the pooled services go to our officers and go to you, frankly, to serve us. I don't think it's, I think we have people spending Midvale money that don't live in Midvale and that don't work in Midvale. And that bloats admin costs out the window. And instead of having a stable pooled use service, we now have a governing body outside of Midvale that has, what I'm guessing, expensive overhead on a lot of positions that maybe if it was just in the city, we wouldn't have, because, you know, Kane and Lisa, the city council, we, you know, because we're here and cognizant of Midvale citizens' taxes, we would say, do we need this much admin service, right? And I think if UPD hasn't gotten to that conclusion yet, that worries me, because they can't come to us and say, you're saving money on these services and we're paying your officers cheaper, but we're going to keep raising you to an ungodly amount of money. Like, they need to come to us with something's missing. Like, I would like an audit on that and a comparison, and I don't think it would be pretty.
Well, several of the staff have been to the training specific to the regional services. And I think it's the quality of the service you get, not the cost, but in essence, the quality of service you get. If we were to compare ourselves to a like city, like size, like call volume, just say South Salt Lake, you know, they don't have a special victims unit. They don't have a dedicated K-9 unit, a violent crime unit. So it's a lot of officers being pretty good at something instead of officers that are very good at their skill and they're used across the valley. I think sometimes the frustration is when we're not using those services. For instance, and I hate to even bring it up, but it's been a while since we've had a bad homicide in Midvale. You don't want your property crime detective that, you know, handles 2 of those a year, you know, doing that investigation. You'd prefer to have a unit that is out on homicides weekly, nightly, you know, attached all the time. But it's an quality of service, not necessarily the cost. And having all those people and keeping the lights on and keeping them highly trained, and yes, they are used wherever in essence, wherever that service, it's not necessarily a la carte. So you can't use that service when you need it. It's paid to keep the lights on at all times, and it's expensive, and it's compensation driven by all these professionals that are out there. You know, like K-9, and I love K-9. That was the best job I ever had. Most of the K-9 handlers in this valley are patrol officers with a dog in the back. UPD, as well as Salt Lake City, has dedicated K-9 handlers where that's all they do. And that's why you get a higher quality of service with these people. You know, they aren't pulled away from the primary assignment. Their primary is their specialty. So I certainly understand your frustration. The UPD model and the regional service is a shame. I don't think where you may think there's a lot of admin cost. I just think there's a lot of expense to all these specialty units that's kind of in your tool case when that bad one happens in your city. You know, SWAT would be another very good example. One SWAT call out here in the city and you'll get 40, you know, including tactical paramedics, you'll get 40 SWAT operators. You'll get a full contingency of negotiators. You'll get, you know, those specialty people bringing out the specialty equipment. Other cities don't have that availability. Just this last week, I went up into the Southeast unincorporated area down a street I've never been in, I don't think, in my entire career, and we've had the full SWAT team out there. And you know, it's doing it the right way, the safe way that doesn't potentially hurt officers and or citizens. So I know you've been through it sounds like a sales job, but I truly believe it is the best quality of service you can get. It's expensive and it's compensation driven. And right now it's just a competitive market for police officers across the board. Right now, the highest paid police officer in the that I'm aware of in the valley is, believe it or not, University of Utah. And, you know, heck, you go up there, you get your kids get to go to college for free. So, you know, they're pulling people away from us. That's where one of our officers, Chad Egan, went to, that was out here. He's working up there now. So.
But Chief, maybe I have a question for you, maybe offline. Maybe it's not appropriate for this.
Yeah.
I had some thoughts on that, but let's save it. Do you mind if I call you later?
Anytime.
Okay, let's chat offline about this later.
Yep.
And I think, Chief, to your point, I think the reason why we've stuck with UPD for so long is that we know that it is a better service all around, you know, that you do have these specialty forces. So, you know, obviously it's not, we're doubting, you know, your ability to investigate crimes and solve cases. It's just that we can't afford 7 or 8 or 9 or 10% increases year after year. So, you know, you're saying it's more expensive because we're getting better services, but you know, we can't afford to buy a new Porsche every year. You know, at some point you have to look at other options.
Understood.
Hey, Chief, what, you said you were having some savings. What do you think that total amount might be?
Well, right now I've got my sheet in front of me. So it's probably, you know, I'd say once the fleet comes in and if we run it out to the end of the year, it'll probably be, I would estimate 150,000 savings.
Well, thank you for that. I
Yes,
appreciate you watching that happen.
And I absolutely will report everything. I don't give you a real detailed breakdown, but I break it down by my operating expense as well as my employee compensation. And that just went out today to the mayor and Kane, and happy to share that entire, it's just attached to my compiled report. So.
Kane, the only other question I have is just as a comparison so we can know. I would like to know what it's costing these other cities that have their own per policeman. What's their average for their police and what are we paying the average for UPD then? Just as a comparison.
You're looking at cost per resident? Is that what you're asking?
No, cost per actual policeman. So in other words, if it's, I don't know, you had it on the screen a while back.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So if it's costing, if they have their own and it's costing them 200,000 a year for police, or are we paying 250,000 per police? I just want to know what the difference is.
Okay. We'll put that together. Okay, so we'll move on. Animal Services. Sioux Salt Lake County Animal Services. They just went through a complete audit and evaluation of their services. I think we've talked about this before. There is a considerable cost to running a no-kill program facility, which they do. This year, we're no longer subsidized by anyone else. As they did that audit, they found out that some of the cities were actually being subsidized by the unincorporated county. So they've got the number down to $8.50 per resident. Our contract allows for a 5% increase per year. In fiscal year 21, they are not proposing an increase for animal services. So that's good. Now, Laura was supposed to be on. And
but she's in jail,
I
apparently.
didn't know I stole that picture.
I can't help her.
So let me, I got to find her presentation now. She just texted me and she is in bad shape, I guess. Not feeling well. Can everybody see my screen still?
Yes.
Communications. So she pared it down. There's quite a bit more in her presentation, but she pared it down to the proposed budget revisions for the coming year. And she's asking to add $2,400 for increased cost for the city journal. So that takes that total to $35,400 for the journal. The public input platform, Midvale Connect, there again, as Kyle said, they're transferring all those costs into her budget so that she has it in one budget that she can manage. The Midvale City Park LED sign was transferred from administration to her budget. She's budgeting $500 for ongoing maintenance, and it costs us so much every time we change the graphics on that sign. We have to pay someone to program that and do it, or we could program it, but somebody has to design the graphics for it, I guess. So $2,300 a year, about $200 a month, and then $1,500 that she's requesting for flyers and posters and certificate portfolio and things like that for handouts. She's got $51,000 plus the float and staff for harvest days. That there again, I think that number's up in the air, depending on whether we put the full celebration on or it's an abbreviated celebration. And remember, we're moving that up a week. It's actually the first Saturday in August now. Any questions on that? Okay, and now I'll move. Okay, so you want to take a break for a minute, or you want to just go into this?
I say we just go into it.
Okay, this is the time for you to ask questions. Any questions, clarifications, concerns that you have, staff can chime in. This is your time to kind of discuss what you've seen today and give us kind of your impression on where to go.
Well, I feel like I just revisited 2008 and 2009.
I feel like I just got run over by a truck. That email from the sheriff didn't do me any good, I'll tell you.
Give you an ulcer?
Yes.
Hey, what was I going to say? I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of work to do on exactly what we want to do. I mean, there's a lot of things that we really need to discuss and figure out if we're going to support things like the Midvale Journal, things like that. So we need to, and deciding if we're cutting all of our departments, you know, probably the Arts Council and those others are going to have somewhat of a cut, I would think. It doesn't have to be a lot, but they need to know that we're cutting and they need to cut too.
And the Arts Council, you know, they can't even run their show that kind of costs some of the money. So, I mean, they're prepared to take like a $15,000 hit.
So I mean, just and understanding if this all turns around and things turn around in the next 6 months, we can always go back and look at these cuts and say, hey, we didn't need to do this drastic of a cut. But in the meantime, I think we really have to look at what's happening and try to do the very best we can, because I know as a homeowner and a businessman, it's hard enough to meet the demands. But if we start increasing property taxes and all of these services, I mean, obviously we've got to increase garbage collection. We have to decide what we're going to do there. There's a lot of things that have to be done. So, and if there are citizens aren't able to work in these things, it's going to be a drastic problem.
So throw the question out. What's your impression? What do you think about truth in taxation?
Well,
Well,
it
I
sounds
think
like
what-
we're gonna have to.
Sounds like we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to have at least that Geo bond payment.
Well, and Paul, you were on the council when we went through that bonding for the building and the things that we did. And that was kind of agreed to then. I mean, if you tell us you're not gonna do it, we'll figure another way to cover it. But that's how we were gonna cover these bonds for this building.
Yeah, I think we need to do it. And we were talking about leaving it on when it came to an end. I mean, ideally, I would have loved to see us reduce everybody's taxes.
Right.
But that, obviously isn't going to happen because of the severe of what we're trying to accomplish here and with the cuts that we're going to have to make. The
Well,
one thing that, go ahead. Go ahead, Kane.
One thing I was going to say is, I don't know how to put this over to the residents, but we just got a taste of that, what it costs to do business. I totally agree with the chief. We have the best police force in the state of Utah, municipal police force. There's no police force better than the UPD. I saw that when we joined, and what we had with Midvale, we had a great little police force, but it was like a Chevrolet. And when we joined UPD, it was like you got the Cadillac. You got all the bells and whistles. You got the best of everything. And we've been used to that. The question is what do the residents want to pay for? Do they want the Chevrolet or do they want the Cadillac? You got the same situation with the Salt Lake County Animal Services. We could probably do that for less money, but you couldn't do it like they do it. I mean, they have the best animal services in the state of Utah, and that's who's servicing our people. I don't ever get a complaint on animal services, ever. They do such a great job. And it almost that way with UPD and UFA. I don't get complaints on them. And if there is one, they're taken care of. I mean, they're the best there are around. I got constant complaints on our own police department. So it's what do the residents want to pay for? What do they want? Now, I know that when this came up in discussion last year and we were saying, well, maybe we ought to pull out. I know that there was a lot of residents that come to the defense of UPD and said, they didn't want to see that. So you always have the option to go to truth and taxation and say, okay, we got to cover this cost for UPD, and here's what it is, and it's going to cost each resident about $60 a month to cover this. Are you willing to pay that, or do you want us to do something else?
I think you'd see far less residents coming to the defense of UPD if that were the case, because last year's discussion we didn't give a dollar amount like that to anyone.
You're absolutely right.
We told them that we were going to find money from other funds to cover it. So, I mean, of course, that's why I came to the defense of UPD last year, because it didn't result in a tax increase for every resident.
Yep. You're right. It could be a whole different story.
And we're looking at this in a vacuum, and it's not what the citizens want to pay for. It's what can they pay for, and we're in a crisis, and a handful of people that maybe have stable jobs saying online they don't want to lose it doesn't necessarily cover. The Wall Street Journal today put out an article that mortgage payments are on an accelerated deferment or non-payment, like 2006, 2008 potential levels, 10 million people claiming unemployment across the country, like overnight. It's not a matter of what we want. It's like, it seems completely tone deaf to not understand that. Do we want a Cadillac and police services? Sure. But what we need to do is buy a Honda before everyone else loses their jobs. I mean, because if people aren't paying, there's foreclosures, and where does that money come from? Out of their property tax when just a percentage of our city starts to just shudder because of what potentially could happen with the economy. And so to pre-plan a raise seems foolish.
And if the chief mentioned, we're pretty comparable at the South Salt Lake. So just looking up their information, their police budget last year was 8.4 million. So you're looking at, almost $1.6 million less.
And they don't have any regional services. They had actually attached to our SWAT team. So it's comparable, but it's not. They're paying almost as much within $1 million, but they have zero regional services. And honestly, I know recently they just gave their officers, they used to be very low paid and now they're competitive. I don't know. I can't speak exactly to their terms, but.
So if they had a big situation where they needed SWAT services, they would use you anyway, and then you'd bill them however much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if they needed a SWAT service, they would go through you guys, and UPD would then bill the city.
No, they were part of an interlocal that was a few years ago where they actually said they'd give us 5 officers and they attached to our team. And I think that was when I think there was a feeling that they wanted to possibly come over just due to financial. And this was back when Sheriff Winder was in there. It's not a model. I know when Riverton left, there was talk they were possibly interested in doing the same, and we said we're not doing that. It's kind of, I was a SWAT commander for our team years ago, and SWAT teams that train together and deploy together, and last year our op tempo for our team was 70 operations. Some of these other SWAT teams, when they get together, there are 2 to 3 different agencies. They have multi training together. They make it work. It's not ideal by any means. So, and I'm happy to talk I'll talk your ear off about SWAT, K9 and everything else, but I think with Councilman Brown's point, this is just my gut feeling. I think other cities are going to be very similar with their sales tax and are probably going to look to defer the initial, perhaps mold these initial numbers the sheriff has proposed. And, we talked about it last year, and Councilman Glover, you were there, where an agreed amount was agreed upon at the UPD board with a suggestion that we readdress it mid-year. And at that point, it was if VEC or IT savings were found and possibly get the market adjustment then. Perhaps we'll be in that same boat now, but it'll be when the sales tax are on the rebound, or at least theoretically. Like you said, with that 2-month delay, we won't know till possibly June at the soonest how bad this hurts. And hopefully by then we'll at least have a feel for the different cities' economies and if we're back on our feet completely. But kind of like Kyle says, this is all uncharted territory.
So I guess I'm hearing that that you want to look at going through truth and taxation, but not whether it's a freeze on the tax rate or an increase is up in the air.
Not that we want to, but we don't see there's any other option. Well, there are other options, I guess, cutting people's jobs and things, but that's the best option we're going with, I guess.
And
Hey, Kane, also, I thought I was reading in the papers that there were going to be some possible, you think there's going to be any government help from the federal government for smaller cities?
we're hearing that, but we're not sure what it's going to be. It could be in the form of a loan rather than a grant. It would be something that we would have to pay back. And from what I understand, it's not to replace lost like sales tax revenue.
That's what I've heard too, Kane. It really would be more of a cash flow to help if they end up deferring property tax due dates.
Yeah.
Because that would hurt us because we're running on reserves until we get that money in November. But
Right.
everything I've seen is for larger
So it'd be
cities.
like
And,
a bridge loan then, right?
right, and we would be dependent on the state for any other type of help.
We have filled out some questionnaires that the league has put out in order to help the state figure out how to allocate their part of the CARE Act, which is this $500 million. Clearly, our hope is that we could try to get it in more of a block grant form or something like that that allows us to make some decisions. I just have a hard time believing that they would allow that to happen. So, we are collecting the costs that we have that we can directly say are related to the coronavirus and taking other steps to ensure that, when we have a program, we can apply for those funds. But in the meantime, like I said, we're trying to push to try to get as much flexibility with those as we can.
There's also a police JAG grant for, I want to say it's $23,000 for 2 years, 2 years in a row, I should say. And Midvale City asked, I know Lori talked to, Kyle, did she talk to you or someone at the city about giving us a Midvale City plan, but it'll basically reimburse any kind of COVID related expenses. So we bought extra, we're trying to get as much sanitizing equipment. We bought a couple of ozone machines, anything we can get our hands on right now for personal protective equipment, as well as I'm looking to get the overtime shifts covered for the where we're doing the social distancing enforcement at our parks.
What do you think about the non-discretionary expenses? Do you agree with what Kyle was showing on that? With our assessment of these are the things that have to be taken care of, was there anything in there that you felt like we could just set aside?
Can we see the slide again?
Yeah, I'll.
Do you want me to pull it up?
Yeah.
Just give me a sec to get it pulled back up.
Sorry.
Okay. I've got it. I just need to share my screen.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so hopefully you see the list. Do you see the... Do you want me to go through?
These are non-discretionary, right? Where we have no choice on these, right?
That's how they're categorized. That's not to say that they're not up for discussion. They're just ones that we as staff thought we need to do and we can't defer them.
So tree maintenance cannot wait a year. What's the probable outcome if we don't do tree maintenance this year?
Well, the problem is a lot of those trees are getting to the point where we might have limbs fall out of them. They're dead, completely dead, a good portion of them. Now, I'm not sure we have to do the whole park, but there's some limbs that have got to come out of there. Now, whether or not we just had our people go in and take out the dead limb, that's probably, I don't know that we have the equipment to be able to do that.
Yeah, we don't have the equipment or the training. That's a fairly dangerous job.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Glenn.
But there's some big limbs there that could come tumbling down, hit somebody.
Yeah, after the windstorm last summer around harvest days, we had to go clean up quite a few, and we were just lucky nobody was under them.
So the worst case scenario is there's a windstorm, tree branches fall, and there happens to be a person standing under the tree during a windstorm that could get hit by the tree branch.
Yes.
That would be pretty bad.
That's about it.
But
And that
here's-
ties in, that ties into too, our goal to try to, this is what we were planning on before the pandemic hit. And so that's why we're having some discussions on finding ways to reduce that and try to, as opposed to doing more comprehensive pruning, is to try to find the particularly problematic branches. Now I'm not, and as Glenn said, we're not talking about this suddenly becoming $5,000, but we are trying to find ways to shrink that number down.
I feel like it could be cut in half if we target something specific this time, and then once the economy picks back up, we treat it like an overhaul. That's my opinion on that.
Yeah, so pre-COVID, you know, those trees haven't been maintained in a long time, and so that was our goal, is to get them cleaned up and then stay on top of them moving forward. Now, obviously, we've budget restraints, and we're just going to go through and point out that the high risk trees and get a quote on that, and then we'll get you that number.
Okay.
Is the newspaper cost increasing? Is that from Midvale Journal?
It's really not a cost increase. The budget currently isn't sufficient to cover what we're paying Midvale Journal.
I guess I think we ought to have a discussion about that probably at some time and see if that's really what we want to do. I mean, that's a lot of money. It was 30-something thousand, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like 32,000.
That sounds about right.
I just think we ought to have a discussion of if we want to continue with that. Or if there might be a better ways.
What would you like us to do in order to prepare for that discussion?
I guess I'd like to hear what the alternatives are. If there's other ways we can go about it, less expensive.
I think Laura has some ideas, doesn't
We
she?
should ask Laura to put something together on that.
Yeah, I think she already has some ideas of options for us to consider.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, have you worked your way through the non-discretionary expense?
Is the server licensing, that's a pretty significant one. Is that something that needs to be done this year?
It really does. It's no longer under contract. It's no longer being supported by the manufacturer. We also run into issues if we start upgrading software and we don't have a more up-to-date SQL version, the software might not work. And just as an aside, not that it's apples and oranges, but Matt has cut more than that amount out of his budget for next year.
Okay, then that sounds like it should stay.
And if we were to leave UPD, we would be paying for this boiler replacement anyways, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
That was a bad dig, sorry.
But yeah, everything else, I can't see anything that shouldn't be on this list.
Okay, what about the personnel costs that we're proposing? We're proposing to cover the increase from the health insurance company, or the health insurance and dental, I believe.
Well, I don't think now's the time to do anything that would decrease our employees' health or dental benefits. So that should stay.
Okay, that's not a lot of money, I don't think either. You're okay with the reduced CIP that we're proposing? Is there anything on the CIP that you want to delay or put off? Could you put that screen up?
Yeah, give me a sec. It's on the other worksheet.
Kane, I think you're talking, but you're on mute.
Maybe he's talking to someone else.
No, I'm not talking.
Oh. The bottom of my screen has your mouth moving. That's why I was confused.
Bryant, you're seeing things.
Maybe I'm lagging.
Kane went and got another nut roll. He's chewing.
Sorry, I was muted. The only thing I could see on there would be the curb and gutter and the safe sidewalk, which that's something that is almost, we have to do that or it really gets away from us.
Well, it's being funded by transportation sales tax, so it wouldn't help the general fund.
Oh, that's true. You're
Yeah.
funding it all there. Okay. Is there anything out of general fund there, Kyle?
The boilers and the server licensing, but all that's being
Yeah.
proposed, the pavement management, the curb and gutter and safe sidewalks, all coming out of the transportation sales tax.
So there's not a lot else that we can cut there.
We cut everything else.
While we're on this capital projects, I hate to bring this up, but we really need, and I know we don't have the money per se. I don't know if we have any in some project for landscaping and stuff for park improvements, but we really need to look at purchasing that right away, even if we have to borrow money to get it.
Which right away?
Up there going into where we're talking about the swimming pool.
County
We
Park.
need, we need to get up there on 7,200, because if we don't get that property, the right of way, and hopefully the school could help us or something, but that, we need that if we're gonna get that swimming complex. And that's still gonna be a few years off, but
Decades. Didn't we set some money aside last year that we could use to purchase it? Or otherwise, we should probably use that.
We had to use it for the UPD increase.
but we could take and do a bond for it or whatever. I think that our citizens would be okay with that if we have to. I mean, that's a project that if we don't do something, we'll lose it.
I don't know if this is the year to do that, but.
Well, the question is, if we don't do it, we might not ever get it, period. It'll be sold and we won't have it.
That was my concern initially with losing the property in Jordan Bluffs, where they're building a soccer field now.
Well, bottom line is though, if we're not proactive, I don't know how much that property is, but if we're not proactive, we might not ever get the opportunity to have a conference up there.
Yep, I agree.
We'll work on that one.
So it's something that I think we really need to look at anyhow.
What about fund balance? Kyle, what are you proposing out of fund balance for this budget?
It was around 600,000 before we got the UPD increase. So I put in a 6% increase and it was around a 600,000 pull from fund balance.
And now to cover another 200, so we'd have to increase that by 200 in order to cover the UPD increase.
Right, which we technically have fund balance to do, but after that, it gets concerning for me.
Where does that put us if you take the, so basically we'd be taking almost the full UPD increase out of fund balance.
Right.
Where would that put us percentage-wise on our fund balance?
Let's see.
Does UPD have a fund balance to pull from?
they include in our assessment, they reduce our assessment by what we have in fund balance with them. It'd be around 12 to 13%.
That'd take us down to about 12.
Mm-hmm. Just a rough calculation.
Well,
We've been there before.
so even if we, even if the city council made the decision that we're going to issue a letter, we still got to get through 1 year, right?
Right.
So we would have to more than likely come up with that money anyway. And if the council chose to to look at another option for police service, then
I mean, it certainly is an option.
so I guess
Okay,
we're
let's-
saying we can get there if you're okay with it.
Kane, what's the easier, better cost savings for us to have Midvale PD or Midvale Animal Services? You know, if we're trying to save money and not raise anything at a time, what would save us more money in the end?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I want to the penny. I'm just kidding.
Well, in the long run, I think I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think we could probably do animal services. We could probably save maybe 100,000 to 150,000 a year by either doing it our own or contracting. Maybe we could contract with another city. I don't think you'd get you wouldn't have the service that you have today, but
Right.
But that would be the savings, probably about 100 to 150,000.
which is a drop in the bucket versus the UPD budget. And I mean, other cities have gone from the county animal services and it's not gone well for them.
It hasn't.
Right.
Yeah. Because you just, no city can provide the same service. So when an emergency arises, you just have to beg the county to come help you anyway. And then they send you a pretty extensive bill.
I just think we're in the think outside the box time period of what will work for us, you know.
Yeah.
Like that issue when we had the guy with all the alligators and snakes and crocodiles, like.
Yeah, 65 reptiles, yeah.
Hopefully there's no one else with that though. Like hopefully there's 0 other people in Midvale.
Only in Midvale. That's the only place it happens. So, the other next question is, not that we've really solved anything here yet, but the priorities that the budget cut priorities that Kyle put up. You agree with those? Do you want to put that up again, Kyle?
Yeah, just give me a sec to switch presentations.
I think for sure pickleball is gone. And I'm not even sure. I know a gentleman came to council and asked us to do that, but I don't think that anyone had any appetite to actually do it. I've played pickleball there. It's fine.
I don't think you rush it. I think we wait until the actual time to resurface that whole area, and then you can look at it. Which that's what, still 7-8 years away?
Yeah, I think that gentleman wanted us to do it to actually reduce the number of pickleball courts, which again, I think it was only, he wants us to do that. I don't think anyone on the council or the mayor had the appetite to do that.
Him and his small group want a professional sport. Okay, that's not what we're.
Yeah.
It's a free place to play, not a club.
For the community.
Yeah, I've played pickleball there. It's probably one of the best courts in the county. So.
But they keep unbolting the benches and taking them outside. Were you aware of that?
Yeah,
we bolted the benches on the outside because of that. And they kept saying it was a danger, so we bolted them on the outside.
Okay, so Kyle, let's go through tier one. We've delayed capital projects. We've cut our operating budgets. We'll still look into that one to see if there's anything else we can cut. The other thing we want to do is review our interfund charges, see if there's any more that we can get out of the enterprise funds to help, right?
Right. They'll adjust a little bit when the operating budget is changed, but I wouldn't expect a huge change.
Okay. Open positions, we're not going to fill any right now, right?
I would agree with that, just for the time being until we see what really happens here.
Well, I'm just trying to think. We have a planner position open?
That's right. We have one planner position open, and it's really, to some extent, filling that position as an economic development
I don't
tool,
think
because right now we've got Alex sort of maxed out with the things that we've got going on, and so that's a pretty important position, and that one is out now.
And
Yeah,
Matt, it's already budgeted for, right? Because you had Leslie.
Yeah,
and you had.
it's already.
That's right.
So it's not a new position. It's just an open one. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, I think if there's any positions like that have already been budgeted for that we critically need someone in, then we fill those positions. But yeah, no, don't hire a second planner.
Yeah. We'll, the hiring freeze, we'll put that in place, and that'll only be on an absolute essential basis if we have to absolutely have a position
Yeah.
that's vacated. We'll keep the council informed on those.
Yeah. Or if someone in a critical position leaves their position for whatever reason. Yeah.
And that's what I meant by view open positions was essentially stop hiring except for the critical positions. A hiring freeze would be like what the University of Utah is doing right now. They won't hire absolutely anyone, no matter what the position is. So that's the difference on those two.
Okay.
Okay.
Delay contributions, one of the things that we talked about when we went through the last downturn, we kind of redid the fleet. Instead of putting the light fleet on a 5-year replacement cycle, we went to 7, and the heavy fleet, we went from 10 to 15 years. And we stayed there for a couple of years that way until the economy come back, and then reverted back to the 5 and 10 program. So that's something that we can look at pretty easily, I think.
I did look at that with the difference in salvage value and then the inflationary costs. We only save about $6,300 in the general fund.
That's not worth
So it ends up not. And Glenn also said he had done an analysis, and it might not have included the inflationary factors, but it came out about even for him.
So you're just saying put off any purchases this year and move into next year.
Right, and in addition, the capital contributions that departments would normally make.
Okay.
Kyle, did you run that analysis on the big trucks, the heavy equipment?
Yes, I did I basically took the current fleet schedule and extended it out.
Because Levi knows better than I do, but his analysis agreed with with what you had done on the light truck, but he thinks maybe there could be some savings on the heavy equipment. So maybe we can explore that a little further.
Yeah, I just used the salvage values that we currently use, so I wasn't looking truck by truck and trying to determine a salvage value. So
okay,
there could be some changes there.
And the next one under tier 3 is increased revenues, new fees, rate increases. Is there any considerable rate increases that anybody can think of that's going to help the general fund? I can't think of any.
If you can, let us know real fast.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Pleasant Grove or somebody that wanted to have a road tax?
Pleasant Grove tried, and then they got sued, and it's
Yeah.
currently being appealed. But
Yeah, they lost that before.
yeah.
The other one that has one's Provo.
Right.
Yeah, they did.
Let's not do that.
Those are that you can't charge a road fee. That's a tax. So they just said if you call it what it is, it's a tax. It's not a fee. Anything else we've missed that you would like to look at?
The only other thing I noticed, the request for the upgraded audio visual, that was 20,000 or so. I honestly don't think that we need to do that this year, but I do think we do have an audio issue with our council meetings that I think we should maybe look into just making improvements to that this year, because, you know, just the people who do watch from home can't hear what a lot of us are saying. So there's really no point to having it being recorded if people can't hear us.
Okay.
So
We'll
just
look
to
into that.
comment on that, because I have talked with Matt Pierce quite a bit, we do have the best microphones available on the market. He did go out and looked. He's talked with a couple of companies. So I don't know. Of course, we can go back and look at it again. I can work with him on it, but we weren't able to find an easy solution on that.
Well, I think that, yeah, the microphones themselves are great. It's just for us council members who are sitting up there with our laptops and papers and such, we have to move the microphone back in a lot of instances. So, you know, we would just have to go all the way up to speak into the microphone. So it's, you know, they might be great if you're sitting up next to them, but, you know, like myself and Councilmember Glover, you know, we're sitting back a little bit further. So, you know, the microphone is maybe a good foot or foot and a half in front of us. So, you know, that's the only, and it's not very convenient to move the microphone forward because we have to have our laptops or iPads.
What about the Good Landlord program? When that was initially brought out, there was a revenue source there for those landlords that didn't complete all the steps with their tenants. Has that been rehashed at all?
We have been looking at that program, but not for that reason. There are just some things that are currently in, well, to answer your question, I think we've, from that program, there's a deduction that people get when they get their license for participating in that. generally everyone is participating in that. And so it hasn't been it hasn't been a significant increase in revenue from people opting out of not participating in this program. Additionally, and not that it's a budget thing, but that's another program that we need to look at adjusting to make sure that we are up to date on current state requirements.
It was kind of like code enforcement though, right? The goal was to get people to do a better job with managing their properties and not so much to penalize them. It wasn't to raise revenue, it was to get people to comply and just improve how they manage their complexes.
Yeah, we're actually still supplying some of the larger high density housing units a monthly report and going direct to the property management. And as of yet, as far as from the PD side, we haven't had to really contact anyone, and they kind of self-identify and self-manage. And it's, from my point of view, it's been, you know, I wasn't there when it wasn't successful, but the few times that I've had, you know, where we've had a case within a property, I'll send the manager a quick note that, or a watch command log that they're there, and they're already aware of it, and I never hear about again from that same unit.
And I think originally its best value was a cost elimination. Didn't require so many police officers in some of those high density apartment villages.
So for overall clarification, we've talked about cutting some things or whatnot. What are we at? What's our upside down on this?
We can close the gap. It's how much fund balance do you want to use? If you're
how much is the gap? I think, is that what you were asking, Brian? Like,
yes.
Are we talking, I'm trying to add it up in my head and I'm over like $900,000.
So
Carrying the one with my fingers wasn't working.
Assuming that I don't have an additional 200,000 for UPD, we're at about 860,000. Because I already had 6% in the budget.
That's including like an 8% for them or not?
That's including the numbers that we just got from the CFO. So yeah, the close to 8%, 7 point something.
0.78.
What's our fund balance at?
It is, must be getting late. Usually I can spout these numbers off with no problem. Just one sec.
Don't worry, you're on YouTube. Everyone's watching.
So we currently have 3.7 in fund balance. What we have to spend before we hit the state minimum is 2.7. So just roughly, we'd be somewhere around 12 to 13%. And that's just a rough number. We'd still have 12 to 13% of revenues in fund balance.
I'd like to use a little as that as possible because we just don't know how long this is going to take. We don't know if the economy is going to recover next year. There's a way we could find other ways to avoid dipping in the fund balance for this year because, you know, there's thoughts that the fall there could be a greater COVID-19 rebound, and then at that point the economy could hit like a huge tank, which would then, you know, involve our next year's budget. So if we can try to minimalize that as much as now, so next year we don't have to like lay people off and whatnot, I prefer that, but I don't know, but I can't speak for the other council people.
Well, yeah, I think using as little of that as possible is what we should strive to do, but I don't know how we can do that this year.
Right.
Well, having said that, that's why we have it. I mean, and if it does get to the point where we're really disastrous, we will have to lay off employees. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Right.
Just like a business, you can only go so long and then you have to start laying people off.
Yeah.
I hope that that never happens. But if it gets that bad, we're going to be in a lot worse shape because the businesses are all going to collapse.
It's the rainy day fund, but normally you use that like after it's done raining and it's still raining. So.
No, you have to realize that in 2008, 2009, our budget, we had to lay employees off.
Yeah.
We had to use our rainy day fund. We took it down to, what was it, Kane? 5 or 6%?
It was down around 5 or 6%.
I mean, we took it down as we took everything out because that's the only thing we could do. And then we still had to lay people off. I mean, my ulcers are going bad right now, but they aren't as bad as they were then. So, I mean, I am just glad that we put that money away so that we could use it. And then if things get worse, then we'll just have to relook at it. And and we're going to have to look at this before the year's end. When things we can see they're either going to go up or they're going to go down. I don't think that they're going to stay steady. So then we'll have to readjust this budget one way or the other.
So yeah, we'll start getting an idea in June, July of what the impact of the sales tax is. The thing with truth in taxation is we won't be actually passing the budget till August, so we do have some additional time to also make adjustments.
That's a good point. What do you want us to bring back next week then?
UPD, Midvale PD options. That's what I want.
I think we'll get a really good feel this Thursday. I think with the UPD board meeting in Slovisa, I think this starting point will have a lot more direction as to what the other partners are feeling.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult meeting also, because I know there are some who want to push it up, and we are down there pushing it down. So it's going to be a difficult meeting there. I welcome any of you that want to come and sit in on it.
That the last year that we did that, that's exactly what we were. It's a repeat of last time. We have all those cities that want to increase it, and then we have those that can't afford it. So it's going to be just a replay, I think.
Well, frankly, I don't see how any city can afford this right now. I just don't see it. They must be sitting on fund balances of 25% or more.
Honestly, we're doing better than a lot of cities. A lot of them are considering 15-20% sales tax cuts, just the way their sales tax mix is. And they're heavy on auto, they're heavy on retail. We're actually fortunate to have the sales tax base we do. So yeah, I agree with you, Kane. I don't understand how they're doing it.
I really thought when the sheriff met with the rest of the mayors, they'd be telling her the same thing that Mayor Hale said to her. This is not the time to do this.
Yeah. Well, I think too, it's,
that's the sales job I've got, is to talk them into a 6-month delay. Hopefully the rest of the board or enough of the board will agree, and they put it off till September, October through December, and see where things are at that point.
I'm of the opinion that even if we were in phenomenal economic times, I would still be voting no on UPD with the 7 or 8% increase. So delaying it does not change my opinion on this topic.
Okay.
All right.
I'm glad I ended it on that. That was great.
All right. Bryant got the last word.
Yeah.
No, I think, so when's the UPD meeting, Mayor Hale? Is that before next council meeting?
It comes up this week.
Okay. So you'll know, will you know the temperature of the room by then, or is it a vote scheduled?
Yeah, the discussions, I believe, are now concluded with all of the municipalities and metro townships. And so it's going to be, I think all the cards are going to be on the table.
Okay, so we'll definitely have a much better idea next council meeting where that budget's gonna go.
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Um,
I feel like this is Paul Glover's time right now.
Is it motion to adjourn time?
yeah. If, could you meet earlier next week? Like at 5:30?
Yeah, I can.
You can need a little bit of time for this.
I
can meet early.
Start the workshop at 5:30.
Yeah, then we'll be,
Okay.
regular meeting will start at 7. I think by then we'll have a lot of answers for you.
Okay. Do we have to record the workshop? Does that need to be YouTubed?
I think that we take notes of
Okay.
the workshop, yeah.
I was just wondering for those of us who might want to eat to have dinner before the meeting starts. Yeah. I know I've always been one, I don't necessarily love to eat, during a public meeting, but
Well, you just dip your head down below your desk for a second. And come back.
or eat at 5, I guess, eat from 5 to 5:30, that works.
Hey, Dustin, will you text me as to what sounds good?
What's that?
Text me as to what you'd like to have.
Oh, are you gonna have delivery?
Probably. Well, I don't know. We might have to go pick it up. Or deliver. One or the other.
Okay.
You'll have delivery to 20 different locations?
Are you just going to be eating there? Is that what you're talking about?
Are we having an in-person meeting next time?
Well, no, I don't think we are on the 20th.
Okay. Okay.
But that's what I'm wondering. Do you want me to have it delivered to you? What?
No, I'll be okay.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Heidi, you keep coming on. Did you have something to say?
No, I just wanted you guys to know I was here and listening.
I knew
Okay,
you
Paul,
were.
you can do it.
What a way to break you in, right?
This was a very interesting budget retreat.
Yeah.
It's not really a retreat. We're a little.
I retreated. I
You
retreated to the office. I'm in all day.
I enjoyed it as
normally
usual.
Retreats aren't too bad. But this was terrible.
Okay, Paul Glover, do it.
Motion to adjourn. See you next week.